Thank you. Committee will come to order. Clerk, please run the roll.
Chairman Kelly.
Here.
Representatives Price.
Here.
Pagel.
Here.
McMillan.
Here.
O'Brien. Rogers.
Here.
Yonker.
Here.
Verheulen.
Here.
Singh. Shore.
Here.
Kniezek.
Here.
Lipton. Zemke. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to approve the minutes from last meeting?
So moved.
So moved by Representative Rogers. And also motion to excuse absent members Lipton and Zemke. May I have them? And Singh.
So moved.
So moved by Representative Rogers. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming today. This is the fourth installment of the Subcommittee on Common Core. We have another full day or full agenda. We have three main speakers on the agenda. First will be provided 45 minutes. The remaining two will be provided 15 minutes. Then we'll get to public testimony after that. I might remind public testimony, by the way, will be limited to 3 minutes. I want to remind the audience, please abstain from any outbursts or clapping in support or otherwise. And with that, we'll have as our first speaker, he's already at the dais. Let me introduce Chester Finn. Thank you, Mr. Finn, for coming.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members of the subcommittee, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and an honor to be with you today. I'm president of the Thomas B. Fordham Institute, a think tank based in Washington, D.C., and in Columbus and Dayton, Ohio, across the state line. We've been working for 15 years at Fordham, and I've been working for maybe 40 years on the improvement of American K-12 education, including, Mr. Chairman, a couple of earlier chapters with you dating back to the Engler years, which I remember very fondly. I worked with Bill Bennett at the U.S. Department of Education in the Reagan administration. I worked with Lamar Alexander when he was governor of Tennessee. Worked with the late Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan on the other side of the aisle. I've been at the education reform effort for all these years because I think the country needs to have its kids learn more in school than they've been learning, both for their own good and for the country's good. And I'm in favor of high standards, rigorous accountability, accurate assessment, lots of school choices, high-quality educators, lots of parent involvement, greater effectiveness, efficiency, and productivity in our schools, and quite a lot of innovation these days, including, I think, sophisticated uses of technology. My written testimony, which members of the subcommittee have, and which I'd just as soon not read unless you need me to, offers 8 reasons why I've come over the last 3 years to believe that the country would be better off if its kids' schools were steering toward the Common Core standards than toward the standards they've been steering toward. I think that I offer 8 reasons why I think this is well-founded, why I think this is reasonable, why I think this is desirable. But I also want to put this whole thing in a little bit of context because I'm just staggered by how overwrought this whole issue has become across the country in state after state, as if the decision about standards were climactic in the education of our children. Standards are not that consequential, perhaps unfortunately. They don't cause kids to learn. They don't cause schools to succeed. They don't cause teachers to be effective. They don't cause kids to be ready for college and careers. All they do is describe a destination, a desired outcome for schools. And they don't get you there. We've got plenty of examples around this country of places with good standards that have lousy achievement. We've got plenty of examples, well, a few examples of places with both, in my view, good standards and solid achievement. In most places, the standards that states or districts or schools have been using haven't had all that much effect on how much the kids have learned because they haven't been seriously implemented. They haven't been part of the curriculum, the teacher preparation. They haven't been built into the assessment system. They haven't been built into the accountability system or the choice system. Poster child for all this is the state of California, which has had praiseworthy standards for some years and lousy achievement. Why? Because they've never implemented their own standards. The poster child at the opposite end is probably Massachusetts, which has had pretty good standards and world-class achievement. It's the only state in the country where the kids are on a par with the so-called Asian tiger countries in terms of actual academic achievement. Why? Because in Massachusetts, they've taken their standards seriously. They have fed into curriculum, into teacher qualifications, into teacher preparation, into the state assessments, into a high-stakes test for kids graduating from high school, into a whole variety of other things. The state has taken its standards seriously. My organization, the Fordham Institute, has been evaluating academic standards for 15 years. And we have been evaluating them for rigor, for content, for clarity, for usefulness, for applicability. Mostly, we've looked at state standards and found them lacking. We've found a few states that have done a good job of this on their own. Last time we looked at Michigan standards. 3 years ago, I believe. I don't know if they're the current standards today, but we found a whole lot to like in this state's math standards and a whole lot of deficiencies in this state's English language art standards. It was unusual, but high marks for math and not so good marks for English when it came to the standards themselves. What we did in 1910 when the Common Core standards came out was we evaluated the Common Core standards using the same criteria that we had been using to evaluate state standards. And I'm not, let me be clear, a fan of commonness for the sake of commonness. Common standards are only worth having if they're any good. Parenthetically, my organization has recently evaluated the newly emerged common science standards, and we don't think very highly of them. I would not be encouraging states to adopt them. But when we evaluated the Common Core standards for English and math, on their merits, on the same criteria we've been using for states, we found that the Common Core standards were superior to the standards of about 3/4 of the states. And that led us to suggest that at least 3/4 of the kids in the country would likely be better off if their states were steering toward these standards, and if they steered effectively, of course, than if they stuck with the standards that they've been using. And that led us to say, Common Core is a pretty good thing, but it's only going to be a good thing if states implement it effectively in all those other ways: curriculum, teachers, assessment, accountability, and right on down the line. This was a relatively simple matter until it became entangled with the race to the top grants and the Obama administration. And in retrospect, it's pretty clear to me the administration made a blunder in trying to attach federal dollars to the Common Core standards. This isn't the first time, as I think Michael Cohen pointed out to you a couple of weeks ago, that the federal government has been entangled with state standards. The federal government's been funding state standards. The federal government's been much involved with state standards for 20 years. Going back at least to the first Bush administration. But the federal government is not in charge of state standards and is not in charge of curriculum or instruction or teachers or anything else that matters. And putting money on the table for the Common Core was probably a mistake. These are standards that a group of states had developed. They're standards that states voluntarily use or don't use. They're standards that states voluntarily implement or don't implement. They're states that voluntarily keep or repudiate if something better comes along. There is no obligation to stick with them even if you adopt them. They are standards that may or may not be taken seriously at the classroom level, depending on a whole bunch of other things that are up to the states to determine, and then up to the districts to determine, and ultimately up to the teachers to determine. I actually believe we've been making a mountain out of the wrong molehill when it comes to academic standards, and I'm still sort of amazed that this has become such a big fracas. Let me underscore my central point. Standards describe a desired destination for what kids should know and be able to do at various points along their education. Standards don't do anything else but describe a desired destination. It's better to have a good destination, in my opinion, than a bad one. But whether you have a good destination or a bad destination, the standards don't get you there. And what gets you there is what you do by way of implementation, which comes back to all of the other things I was talking about. Textbooks, teachers, assessments, graduation requirements, technology, accountability systems, and right on down the line. So I believe that Michigan's State Board of Education made a reasonable decision in deciding to adopt the Common Core standards instead of the standards that Michigan has been using on its own. I believe that 45 states signing on quickly was probably more than is realistic in the United States in 2013. I do not actually expect faithful implementation of these standards in 45 states, and I frankly expect a certain number of states to end up being what I guess I'll call hypocritical, which is pretending that they're using the Common Core standards and then never really implementing them, which I think would be a travesty. I think the important point about academic standards is to be faithful to the standards that you use and carry them through the entire education system so that they actually make a difference. And if they're good standards, maybe your kids will emerge ready for college-level work and modern jobs. And we won't, if the country does this, we won't have our lunch eaten by China and the rest of the world that is gaining in achievement while the U.S. largely runs in place. But let's not devote quite as much energy to fussing over the standards, and let's devote a little more energy to focusing on whether the kids are learning what's in them. And if not, what do we have to do differently with an education system to cause a better outcome? Now, I'd be happy to take you through my testimony and my 8 specific reasons and some of the issues that have been raised about the Common Core, but I've made my large points, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Representative Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions. First, I also work for Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, so it's nice to meet a comrade there.
I'm much older than you are, so I was there in an earlier era.
I was there later, as it turned out. Great man. I have 2 questions. One, when you led off, you talked about a whole variety of things that you support. And in that list, you said parental involvement. And one of the things that's been mentioned here has been parental involvement in its relationship to the Common Core. And Mr. Cohen, several meetings ago now, actually said that Common Core really doesn't have a facet for parental involvement that's more local. So I'm wondering how you see parental involvement factoring in with the Common Core. And I'm wondering what you use to review and evaluate the different states and then the Common Core. I mean, you talked about your reviewers and your evaluators, and I skimmed your testimony. We have a lot of paper here I'm trying to get through, but I skimmed your testimony. But, I mean, in brief, if you can explain what factors you're using to evaluate and come up with your results.
Right. On that point, there are a whole series of criteria. They're spelled out at considerable length. Actually, they're all on our website if you want to get into any detail there, both for English and then for math. The 2 broad categories were content and rigor on the one hand and clarity and specificity on the other hand. And under each of those, there are a number of specific criteria. We recruited experts whose judgment we trusted in these fields to apply those criteria to state standards, to rate and rank and evaluate them, both as to sort of letter grades for states, but also there's serious text on our website describing what they liked and didn't like in each state's standards when they applied these criteria to them. That each set of standards, Common Core and state standards, got basically 2 grades, which were then summed up into an overall grade, one for content and rigor, and the other for clarity and specificity. At the end of the day, we gave the Common Core standards an A- and a B+, which was a whole lot, English and math, a whole lot higher than we had given most state standards over the years before. As regards parents, parents have a key role in their kids' education, whatever the standards are, I think is the main point I would make. Teachers can do a lot, but teachers can do a whole lot more if parents are reinforcing and assisting the kids, whether it's with aspirations and motivation on the one hand, or with homework on the other hand, or with reading to them when they're 3 years old, or with ensuring that they do something useful during the summer and not forget everything they learned in 4th grade. This is true without regard to which standards the state is using, and that would be true of current standards in Michigan and current curriculum in Michigan. If the parents are on board, kids will learn more. If the parents aren't on board, teachers have a much steeper hill to climb. Some of our very best schools do a remarkably effective job without much help from parents. But in the general case, you want parents and teachers to be on the same side of a kid's learning, but this is agnostic as to which standards the state is using. This would be true, for example, whether the standard said that we do multiplication tables in 4th grade or 5th grade. Big issue in the field of math, but whichever it is, if the parents can help the kids learn their multiplication tables, the kids will be better off.
Representative Yonker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Finn, for your testimony and your points of view. You made a comment on we've taken the standard that has going to address probably 3/4 of our schools in the country that are below this standard. And the question I hear often, so I just want to present it and have your opinion on it, is, we acknowledge Massachusetts as being a very high system and standards, but the success, of course, as you mentioned, comes from implementation and teaching of those standards. But why would we not, with this Common Core, not implement their level of standards? If we're going to go for the best, then let's recognize the ones and let's do it. What do you think was the process there?
It's an absolutely legitimate question, and incidentally, I made mention earlier of the so-called next generation science standards that are recently in the news these last couple of months. And when we Fordham Institute evaluated the science standards, we ended up suggesting, in fact, that states that want to improve their science standards might do better to Xerox the South Carolina standards and put them into place than to go with the new common standards, because we actually found states there with standards that are superior to the common science standards. Massachusetts is an example of a state which we deemed too close to call when we compared their current state standards with the Common Core. And it was a toss-up for the people in Massachusetts whether to stick with what they had or shift to the Common Core. What I believe they've ended up doing, as I understand it, is shift to the Common Core and then supplement it with some of the items from their own previous standards that they regard as important additions to the Common Core, and there's no prohibition on that. Any state can do that, and to my knowledge, there's no Common Core police checking to see whether you add 15% or 27% or 3% to what's in the Common Core. Massachusetts was too close to call, and I think they decided that there were advantages to commonness that surpassed sticking with their own standards, given that they're roughly equivalent as to rigor and content. Commonness brings some advantages: comparability across state lines of school performance and district performance and student performance. It brings some economies of scale when it comes to professional development and teacher preparation and textbooks and things like that. If a textbook publisher no longer has to publish for a book for Massachusetts that is different from the book it publishes for Connecticut, the book is going to end up being cheaper if Massachusetts and Connecticut are using the same textbook. So there's some advantages to commonness. I think that probably the most valuable one is comparability across state lines, of knowing whether the schools in Springfield, Massachusetts, and Torrington, Connecticut are equally performing. as opposed to a completely separate test based on completely separate standards. But I wouldn't tell any state that was making a mistake if it Xeroxed the Massachusetts standards and substituted them for its own. I think it would end up in roughly the same place on the merits of the standards as it is with the Common Core.
Representative McMillan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Finn, for testifying. Are you familiar with this document? You authored it.
Well, Fordham issued it, yeah.
And it says by Chester Finn and Michael Petrelli. Now what? And
Yeah.
It's Imperatives and Options for Common Core Implementation and Governance, October 2010. And in it you write, whereas NAEP, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, is a relatively low-impact external audit of educational performance, the Common Core standards and forthcoming assessments are intended to alter what American schools teach and what children learn, and to do so in thousands of districts and millions of classrooms. Now, that sounds pretty consequential, because you said the standards are not that consequential. This sounds pretty consequential.
Well, first of all, that was 3 years ago when the standards were brand new, and before any state had adopted them, and before they had been implemented anywhere, and we were describing intentions, and I agree. I don't think we said millions of classrooms, because we don't have millions of classrooms in the United States.
It says millions of classrooms.
But, well, that was certainly an exaggeration. We have 55 million kids. Maybe we have 2 million classrooms. Intended to alter by improving the performance of American kids across the country in states that use them. Sure, that is the point of having better standards, is to improve the performance. If you don't care to improve the performance, there is no reason to have any standards, actually.
Okay. Well, I mean, we hear this idea that I think after there's been the criticism, rightly so, that standards will really inform and decide what's taught in the classrooms. The pro side has backed off of that and said they really are very inconsequential, but you say this is intended to alter what is taught and what children learn in thousands of districts.
Standards.
So, at any rate, I think that that's very consequential and very substantive. The next item I'd like to go to is also, you're really dealing with governance in here.
That's correct.
And I think governance, October of 2010 was something that was really contemplated and discussed. This paper says that there's 3 options for governance of Common Core. 1, let's become more like France, which is a very heavy-handed governing board. 2, don't rock the boat. And 3, 1 foot before the other. And so clearly, and then one of the people that were informing this paper is the former commissioner of the education for Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the then current chair of the National Assessment Governing Board, Mr. Driscoll. And Mr. Driscoll says in this Fordham paper that he has from October of 2010, like it or not, CCSSO and NGA have stepped forward and to this point have done a most credible job in setting the standards. This trick play, where the United States Department of Education handed off the task so that it is not owned but only paid for by the feds, becomes the operating principles to me going forward. However they got there, CCSSO and NGA have established the Common Core state standards. They own them and they should govern them. He also said at the very beginning, quote, it is important that the governance be decided now. So that's 3 years ago that the governance of Common Core and the consortia was important, extremely important to understand how these standards are going to be changed in the future, who owns them, who oversees them, how decisions are made, and that has yet to be decided.
That's correct.
We're 3 years into it. Now, I've got a theory. I've got a theory as to why they've decided not to lay out the governance, but I'd like to hear your theory. Why do you think they've taken these 3 years, and even then, they acknowledge that they could have done it even before now. So at least 3 years into it, they have not decided how the governance of the oversight of these standards that we have turned over our standards and assessments to, how those decisions will be made.
Well, you're correct that they haven't made any long-term governance decisions, they being the National Governors Association and the Council of Chief State School Officers. The separate assessment consortia are in the middle, I think, of working out their own governance arrangements going forward. And, of course, there are a lot of other assessment organizations in the field besides the two consortia. I've had a lot of conversations with the staff, at least, at the CCSSO and the NGA, and they basically have said nobody is proposing to change these standards right now. We will continue to manage them until such time as there is need to revisit them or evaluate them. And at the moment, the most important thing is to be clear that they're not in flux. They are what they are, and we will get to governance later. That wasn't our suggestion 3 years ago, but that's what's happened.
That's not what Mr. Cohen told us, and Mr. Schmidt, Dr. Schmidt. They both acknowledge this is a fluid document. It's going to change. There are going to be changes, probably substantial, as these things are actually out there and being tested. I mean, everybody thinks they are implementing Common Core, but even the MEA's January, February magazine said, Dr. Schmidt said 75% of teachers think they're teaching it now when they're not, the Common Core. And he said that the textbooks out there's not a good Common Core line textbook on the market. They're all, he said, basically worthless. And so, obviously that'll all come to a head when the tests come. So that's when the changes are going to happen, is when these tests come and all the bad results that we're going to see, like in New York, but in other states, once these tests are implemented, that's when the changes are going to happen. So I think that there is going to be substantial change, and I'm just shocked that, we and other states are turning over their standards when they have no idea how they're going to be changed in the future. Mr. Petrelli, also your co-author of this document, said that after 4 Gates employees moved to the U.S. Department of Education, he said, quote, "The Gates Foundation's agenda has become the country's agenda in education." I was wondering if you agree with that.
Mike and I agree about 80% of the time. He's executive vice president at Fordham, and we enjoy a certain measure of academic freedom to agree and disagree. I was disagreeing with him just last week on a different issue. And it keeps the organization fresh and lively and open. But several of those former Gates Foundation employees have since left the U.S. Department of Education. Arnie Duncan set out to hire talent. He found several talented people at the Gates Foundation. He hired them from the Gates Foundation. I think Mike probably overstated the policy significance of this. I'm pretty sure I know Arnie Duncan a bit. I believe he would be very clear that he and the president make administration education policy, not the Gates Foundation. As you know, the Gates Foundation paid for the development of the Common Core standards. There's no disputing that.
And they also paid $6 million to Fordham, and then you guys evaluate the Common Core standards and decide whether they're good or not. Don't you see a real conflict there when Fordham gets over $6 million and then they're told to turn around and say Gates's project is a great thing?
I have no idea where you got the $6 million figure.
From the Gates Foundation website.
Approximately 3 times too large. In terms of any actual receipts that Fordham has gotten. Our dealings we are evaluating the implementation of Common Core standards with Gates dollars, and that's in the early stages because implementation is only just beginning. The Gates Foundation had nothing whatsoever to do with our original 2010 evaluation of the standards themselves. We were not receiving any funds from Gates for that purpose at that time. And I think anybody that knows me and the Fordham track record will know that we are not influenced by our funders.
Okay. And you mentioned comparability to Representative Yonkers, that it's important. Yet we have the NAEP that's comparable, and it doesn't require all the pre-testing and pre-testing and of every child. It actually is a statistical sampling, and we've been comparing states for 30 years with the NAEP.
And NAEP works well at the state level. NAEP is a very good source of comparing states. It, by and large, doesn't do anything below the state level. You will never get Lansing versus Cincinnati from NAEP. You may not care about Lansing versus Cincinnati, but if you do, or if you care about the Jefferson School in Grand Rapids versus the Franklin School in Albany, or the kids within it. You cannot get that from NAEP. Now, Detroit City has participated in a subdivision of NAEP that is aimed at about 15 large cities. And those 15 large cities can be compared on NAEP, but nothing else lower than the full state can be compared on NAEP. And so I think it's a question of whether you care about district and school level performance in a comparative way, as opposed to just state level comparison.
Okay.
State level you can get from NAEP.
At the local level, we've been comparing. We have the MEP, and so we are able to compare state level as well. But
within the state,
at the local level,
Sure.
And then a couple more questions, Mr. Chair. I appreciate
Representative, we've got others that would like to ask questions.
I know, and there's a.
Well, yeah, I know you know, but can you maybe let's get those questions, then we'll come back to you.
Okay,
we'll come
I got
back
one
to
more. You said China's eating our lunch. I wonder. Dr. Zhao just published saying that China is backing off of standardized testing. They're actually not allowing K through 3 testing, and they're backing away to make sure, because they realize that, they don't actually create anything. They steal our copyrights. It's not something to emulate as China, and I find it very unusual. But they understand that this type of standardized testing and teaching to the test really dampens creativity, and that is something that's made our country, I think, great. Is that children, when they're being brought up and taught, have a bigger array of classes and subjects. Those are being taken away as we begin high stakes testing. But do you really think we should become like China?
No. I think we should, however, be internationally competitive by playing to our own strengths, which includes developing our own human capital to the max, both as to basic skills and as to creativity and higher order skills. And at a time when only 30% of the kids in most of our states are proficient on our own measures, we are not doing well enough to compete in the modern world.
Thank you.
Representative Pagel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just have one. You made a comment that Fordham Institute finds Michigan's English language arts standards lacking, and that we would be better if we went to Common Core standards for English. Any specifics on that? Why are we lacking? What would be improved if we went to Common Core and English?
I don't think I can do justice to that one on the fly, honestly, so I'm not going to try very hard. I think that we've got detailed comments on the Michigan standards on the Fordham Institute website in English as well as in math, and I'd encourage you or staff or colleagues to have a look at them if you like. In most states where the English language arts standards did not get high marks from our reviewers, I think it's fair to say this is true of Michigan, they were nebulous. They said things like read with understanding without ever giving a teacher a benchmark against which to know whether the students in her class are actually doing that. They would, in many cases, be more interested in a student's opinion about the feelings of a character in the story than understanding why the character in the story was doing what the character was doing, which most English teachers call deep reading, as opposed to having opinions about reading. One of the things I admire in the Common Core is they actually expect students to understand what's going on in the text rather than just have opinions about the behavior of people in the story. Most state English standards have been lacking in these ways. They've also in many states assigned sort of engaging, maybe quote relevant unquote reading materials to the students, but nothing of great value. Great authors, great poets, great dramatists, great novelists have been neglected in favor of things that they hope will capture the kids' interest, whether they're worth reading or not. And so I think the Common Core English standards have rectified most of these problems if they're properly implemented. They have a very long list of recommended readings, which will, of course, be controversial in its own right because all the great literature in the world is controversial in one way or another. And it'll be up to schools and teachers to decide which of the things on that list to actually assign. I think it would be a gain if those are adopted and faithfully implemented. But let me not pretend to be able to recite from memory what our reviewers found defective in the Michigan English standards.
Thank you very much.
Representative Verheulen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Finn, for being here this morning. I just have one as well, and that is, just by way of context, I received an email last week from someone I consider a critic of Common Core, and putting it in my words, it was, take what's good about Common Core and improve it. And hearing what you said about Massachusetts, where they apparently, at least to a large extent, have adopted Common Core, but they've enhanced it, I'm struggling with why doesn't that work? And in that regard, the 15%, is it a fair statement to say that there are no contractual or financial reasons why the state of Michigan couldn't take, using, say, our Michigan standard was equal to or better than the Common Core standard for math? Could we kind of pick and choose and take the current Michigan standard for math? If Common Core is better in English language arts, use the English language arts. And if hypothetically the state of South Dakota had a terrific standard in science, for example, adopt that. So we have a hybrid so that in the aggregate, the Michigan standard is, to overuse a phrase, world class or the best there is, and it's continually an objective that we're going to have the best standard we can. Any impediment to that kind of an approach? Absolutely not. The state remains in control of these decisions going forward. It can supplement the Common Core. At 15% was an arbitrary figure. There's no police. You could supplement 75%, and nobody's going to come and slap your wrist, or much less punish you. The only issue will be if you go with one of the common assessments, like Smarter Balanced, you should expect the assessment to assess what's in the Common Core, right? Not what you may add to the Common Core. But, if I could, Mr. Chairman, but the standard itself, and I recognize that if you're testing to a particular standard, presumably your students are not going to perform as well, although we could talk about teaching to a standard, which is another issue. But we are totally free from the federal government, either financially or otherwise, or even the National Governors Association saying, look, Michigan, you can't do that. You're either in, you can deviate 15%, but you can't tailor a unique Michigan standard. Absolutely. You are free and clear to add, subtract, substitute. There are no police. There is no sanction. There is no punishment. There is no, you're absolutely free. The assessment will be the checkpoint here, as you just said. And if you have an assessment that is not related to the standards that you're using, then your teachers will be confused and your students may not do as well as they should.
Representative O'Brien.
Thank you. My sincere apologies for arriving late, but I thank you for the written testimony. I was able to read that. I have a few questions. One is, it's my understanding the state has signed a memorandum of understanding, which it seems like within that language that we don't have the freedom to change as much as what we would like to do about Common Core. Have you had the opportunity to read the memorandums of understandings different states have signed?
I have not. Is this a memorandum of understanding for the Common Core standards or for the Smarter Balanced assessment? Do you know?
I think it's for the Smarter Balanced assessments, and it seems it has no leeway. I know that there's a person behind you who has a copy of it, but it's just a deep concern that we're signing a contract when we won't have the assessment until 2015. Is that correct?
The assessments are under field testing by the two consortia and will be ready for full use in 2015.
So is there a concern that we've marched so quickly down this path without piloting? I'm not going to tell you if Common Core is good or bad, but we're marching towards a path where teachers are already implementing what they believe to be teaching Common Core standards. And we're marching down this path, and we're assuming full implementation. We're assuming success. I mean, an automobile is never put on the market without it having been piloted thoroughly. And these are our children. Is there concern in that?
Yeah, sure. You've got to start by asking whether you're satisfied with the current state of play with regard to the state's academic performance and the performance of its students. If you're satisfied with the current performance of Michigan students, then there is no reason to change anything.
Actually, I disagree. I'm a real estate agent, and somebody always has ideas for my money, especially when it comes to marketing. And just because they say it's going to work and it's going to improve my business if I'm in a slump, I don't just purchase. I say, you know what? Give me some real estate agents to talk to. I want to see proven success. In my business, it's not working today. I'm just going to do something, because in real estate, you can do a lot of work and it produce nothing. So I don't just slap something against the wall and hope it sticks. I need some evidence. And my concern here is, as we've eroded local control over curriculum, when you have an issue, you talk to a State Board of Education member, if you can find them, or if you even know who they are, that you don't really remember voting for, so the legislature usually gets contacted. You can't go to the state school board meeting because it's the evil state's fault. And are we as a state going to say, well, it's the National Governor's Council fault? Where's the accountability and the local control to say, this isn't working for my kid, and I don't care that you signed a memorandum of understanding? We're not saying this is a proven product. I didn't buy a test vehicle. When I buy a car, I am buying a proven vehicle.
You can't prove standards, because the traction that the standards do or don't get on the ground in the lives of classrooms and kids is based on their implementation, not on what the stated destination says on paper. At the end of the day, the effectiveness of any standards has to do with how they are taught. And that cannot be proven in advance of trying to teach them.
Well, but you can pilot it. Like I said, I've not said Common Core is good or bad. If a local school district has the assessment and wants to pilot it, I have worked a lot on teacher tenure evaluations. We piloted 4 different models of teacher evaluations before ever we're going to be later introducing legislation to deal with that topic. We did not want to introduce something and say, teachers, trust us. So if we say it's a matter, the success rise in how it's taught, but we don't have a test. I've got teachers telling me this works. What if that assessment's taken and they find out their years of faithful implementation isn't proving the results? We're going to lay it at their feet. There's no assessment that's showing that what they're doing is working. And I worry, as the state has made some policy decisions I haven't agreed with, it's my children at stake. They're seniors. They're not going to have to deal with this. But you know what? I fear for the children coming through the system who are already struggling. If this fails and you have to all of a sudden scrap everything or do a major overhaul, that's pretty disruptive to the teachers, to the students, the families.
Again, let me ask whether you're satisfied with the current performance of Michigan students under the current regimen and the current arrangement. If you're
I'm definitely not satisfied, and it's not because I want a larger pie. I want my local school board to start debating these issues. I want my local school board to say, this is what we want for curriculum. This is what's best for our kids. I'm extremely concerned at the disconnect we're going to have between parents and those who write and make these decisions and expect everybody else to just stand by. If a parent has a concern, you seem like a really nice man who would listen to them. They don't know you. They don't know how to follow you. And I don't think you want people from 50 states to be contacting you. There's just this assumption of, it doesn't work now, so we're just going to do something that we think, but you've got no proof.
My grandchildren generally think I'm a nice man. I'm not sure anybody else does.
Oh, I do.
I think it might be that your beef is with the idea of state standards. If you believe that these decisions should actually be made by local school boards and individual teachers, it might be that the state standards issue is the one you're actually tackling here, and whether they're set by the Michigan State Board of Education or by the Common Core authors. And it's a legitimate point of view that states should have nothing to do with decisions about what kids learn in school. But I think the country, for better or worse, for the last 20 years has been heading toward state standards. Michigan has state standards today and is considering whether to substitute the Common Core.
And then I just wonder if our school boards merely are just people who rubber stamp. They don't deal with curriculum matters. By and large, they don't deal with many administrative matters, except for when it comes to top administration. And the budget, the budget is what the budget is. Times haven't been flushed. Just very concerned about the accountability to the parents, because the parents whose kids are struggling, they don't have access to all this. But I'll move on, Mr. Chairman. I got one more question. It said that this is not a curriculum, yet when I've wandered through the website and clicked on different standards, then there's appendices attached to them, and some of them do seem to tell you exactly how to teach. And we had a geometry teacher who told us it instructs her how she's to teach geometry and in what order. So how is something that's supposed to be a standard and not a curriculum, yet it appears on certain subjects, it's really diving into curriculum?
Yeah, it's a gray area between standards and curriculum, I will admit, but the standards actually describe what the kids at the end of 6th grade should have learned in math, not how the teacher is to get them there, not what materials the teacher is to use, not the sequence within the year that the teacher is following, not the lesson plan for Tuesday. The standards describe what is the desired learning at the end of 6th grade, 5th grade, 11th grade, whatever. I think it's a misreading by that teacher if they believe this is telling them what and how to teach.
Well, some of those appendices do say that way, especially when I was dealing with the elementary education and I was looking at counting and, general letters, and it tells you what to use to teach and how to do it. This is where you got to understand there's a lot of gray area, and you may say it's maybe trying to provide a direction, but I think you have to understand, I'm not an educational expert. I'm a mom, and no one messes with my kids. And so I can walk into a school, and I know the principal cares about my kids, the superintendent is, I know all these people, the teachers. As well-intentioned as everybody is, if some of our concerns are dismissed and they're seen to be very juvenile, then I don't feel half of my child's best interests at heart. And that's where I come from, is being a mama. That's what I am. That's my most important job. And it's my job to grill anybody who's educating my child to make sure they share that same passion. I know my local does it, but when you have what appears to be bureaucrats hidden somewhere, it's hard to get those warm fuzzies and to really be able to trust them. And without trust, you don't have anything else. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I kind of went long.
I don't disagree with anything you've said. It's one of the reasons I favor school choice, and I think that you and the gentleman that asked me about parent involvement should get together, because you clearly both think it's important.
He's a nice guy, too.
He worked for Senator Moynihan.
We forgive him.
Representative McMillan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll make this quick. You've clearly testified that we could improve our own standards. So, ELA standards that are deficient, we could do it ourselves. It's not Common Core or nothing. We could do it ourselves. Some states have actually not adopted Common Core, and we could do that. We could do it in a way that meets the NCLB waiver, and other states are obviously doing that. You said the state's in control, and they can I listened to your words carefully. You said they can supplement 15%, but they can't change or delete, or if something doesn't make sense, remove it. And it might not be because of the Common Core, although it's copyrighted, but it's also the SBAC, Smarter Balance, says that we have to adopt it in its entirety because you're teaching something, and if you're not if you're testing something, if you're not teaching it, it's going to be a problem for the kids. So, we're not in control. These standards could change in Common Core that we may not like, and then we'll be forced to teach them because, or there may be standards there that are going to prove to be bad now, but we're going to be forced to teach to them because they're going to be in the Smarter Balance Consortium, which we are not in control of either.
Well, you can add and subtract to the standards, subtract as well as add. There is no enforcement mechanism at all with respect to what the teachers teach as to whether they are faithful to the Common Core standards or not. To the extent that there is any friction, it is with the assessments. If you use an external assessment, whether it's Smarter Balanced or PARC or ACT or College Board or Pearson or New York or Texas or right on down the list, if you use an external assessment, your students will be tested on what is the framework built into that external assessment.
Right. Okay.
that is where the
Right.
the friction is.
Right, and if we keep it and do a MEP and change the MEP and improve it, we could just, it wouldn't
could.
have to be an external.
You
We
could,
could
and
do
as
our
you
own.
said, Texas and
Two more things quickly. I mentioned I had a theory on no governance in 3 years. I think that if they said what the governance is, then the press and everybody could connect the dots. They could realize that we, in fact, do not have control over the standards and the testing. It would be very clear, because then they would have to outline how changes will be decided, and it would be clear that we aren't the ones that are in control. We could be outvoted, or maybe there won't be voting. So I think that's mine. Finally, I'm glad that you mentioned that our science standards are subpar, because back in May, the State Board of Education had on their consent agenda, which you don't even discuss or debate things on your consent agenda, the adoption of next generation science standards. They said the president said they put it on hold while we're doing all this. I certainly hope that they will not adopt the next generation science standards, and I appreciate you mentioning that they're faulty. Thank
I'm
you.
glad we agree.
There are no further questions. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Finn, and good to see you again.
My pleasure. Nice to see you again, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Donna Hearne, representing Constitutional Coalition. Welcome. Is there a red button on?
There we go. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Just as a quick introduction to who I am a native Michigander. I'm also a taxpayer. I have 3 grandchildren who are in the schools in the state of Michigan, and it is very dear to my heart. We are also owners of a farm up in northern Michigan. It's in the cherry industry, and we are just one of those people who say Michigan is one of the most beautiful places in the world. In fact, I have a friend who's just recently discovered northern Michigan. Those of you in the southern, you can weep, but she says this is paradise. So we come from paradise in the summertime. Background, I am a teacher by profession, an elementary school teacher. I'm a mother of 5 and a grandmother of 15. Back in the 1980s, I served in the U.S. Department of Education. In fact, I worked with Checker as well as a number of other people. I was asked by President Reagan to come into an area in which there was a part of the Department of Education that was over educational laboratories and research centers. So I spent about 7 years digging into what was going on in education. Although I was a school teacher, I had not been really aware of what was happening, particularly in the area of what was being developed for down the line. I've testified before the U.S. House Judiciary Committee when the Columbine shootings happened. I was asked by the chairman of the Judiciary Committee to come in as the teacher representative to talk about what was going on. And in doing so, I did what has been my passion, and that is to go into the curriculum, to go into the facts, to go into the primary sources of what's happening in education. I, too, Representative O'Brien, love my children. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we're here to talk about our children. This is what we're really talking about. Really, what makes good education? A few years ago, I went onto a school board, and that has given me the opportunity, because I'm on the curriculum committee, to read the textbooks. And I have to tell you that I have discovered, I think, what is probably the problem in America, and it is reflected very heavily in the Common Core. And the Common Core is not just something that happened a few years ago. It is just the evolution of what's been happening for 30 or 40 years in the field of education. There are many good people in this battle. Checker Finn referred to a lot of commotion that's going on. And the commotion, I believe, is really over who is going to control our children? Who's going to determine what's best for our children? Is it going to be a distant bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., and experts and professionals? Or is it really going to be that really good teacher at the local level and the mom and the dad who are working together, who know that child best? What is best for children? There's two opinions, and there are groups of people who are involved in the Common Core who see that they have the best ideas. And I know there are people who do have some of the best ideas, who are in positions of power in writing the curriculums, in writing the standards, in writing the assessments, have the best intentions of the world, because they know that if they're there, this will be what will happen. It'll be good stuff. My question, and this is really the key question of the whole battle of Common Core, is what happens if that seat of power is moved from the mom and the dad, parental rights, teachers, and moved from that level to a distant level where there's so much power that if those good people leave and people not so good come in afterwards, what's going to happen? What can you do to change that? That's really the question. Let me just kind of give you a background, because I have not a whole lot of time here, and I do want to leave a little bit of time for questions, because I actually have some questions that I want to ask today. But let me just kind of give you my take on education, because I think this is really what it's all about. For instance, the child is it. We need to look at that child, and we need to give him everything he can have to equip him to be the very best. And we look at that child, and when they're 5 years old, we see a few little things beginning to glimmer as to who he is and what his abilities are and what he likes to do. But we don't really know a whole lot about where he's going when he's 5. So I use the illustration of a funnel. When we start with that child, the education system is like a funnel. It's an open-ended, it's pointed at the bottom, and at the very bottom we start to lay the foundation. We lay a foundation of arithmetic and adding and subtracting. We go on to ultimately maybe calculus. We give them history, we give them social studies, we give them science, we give them literature. We look at this child and we pour all this into him because we don't really know who he's going to be. So we build that base, and as it goes on, it adds on, and he gets deeper and deeper information, and he builds that knowledge base. Today, unfortunately, we are doing just the reverse. We are using assessments and testing ad nauseum to the point that we're trying to find out who that child is at the very beginning of his life. So that funnel is upside down. It's an upside-down triangle. The child's at the bottom. We're going to give him a little bit of everything. But see, we're going to find out who he is. So we're going to test him. And, he has this inclination for math. So we're going to give him all this math and science. And so he really concentrates on that. And as many of you know, in our career pathways, we're already talking about what's he going to be when he grows up. So we pour all this information into him, but we concentrate him and we divert him over there. Well, lo and behold, I'm sure many of you know this is common. When you get to be about 17, 18, 19, all of a sudden something might come along, a new dream, a new idea that you have not ever thought about before and you've not prepared about. And if your education has been all in one area and this dream is in another area, where are you going to go? You don't have the base. We're not building the base. It's what I call fractured thinking. And it's a term that I've coined because as I've read the textbooks, I have seen that we are giving the kids a little of everything. But we're not giving it to them chronologically. We're not giving it to them sequentially. We're not giving it to them in such a way that they can build that knowledge base and become the very best. What is a good teacher? A good teacher recognizes that in a child. A good teacher says, I see in Johnny this, and I want to give him everything, but I'm not going to deny him these other areas because I don't know what his future is. So one of the things that we have a question about is all the data mining and all the testing and assessing and all the collection of data. And as you listen carefully and you read, and I brought with me today just a smidgen. I'm a researcher, and I've been in this for 40 years. Just a smidgen of some of the materials. I have with me the assessments, the Smarter Balanced. I live in Missouri in the wintertime. I have the assessments from Missouri, the Smarter Balanced assessments. I have the standards, and I've read through them, and they're fractured thinking. They don't build the sequences. They don't build the chronology. They don't build the knowledge base. And the questions that I have are, what is the best for our children? I can't help but think of two people very quickly through time that would probably have suffered greatly if Common Core had been in existence. And when I say Common Core, I'm going back to Goals 2000's America 2000. I was asked to serve by President Reagan from the White House on the America 2000, whose chairman was Bill Clinton. This was the precursor to Goals 2000. So I've been in this a long time, but as I think about some of the people that have been great in America and great in the world, I wonder what would Common Core have done to them if you centralized and standardized what they're going to have and say one size fits all, ultimately, because it's the assessments, as Checker Finn just said, that's going to make the difference. And what is the concern that I have? Well, let's take somebody like Winston Churchill. Down in Missouri, we have at Fulton, we have a museum to Winston Churchill because he gave the Iron Curtain speech there right after World War II, and it was so important that they brought over from England a church that had been bombed out, and they rebuilt that church because it was a testimony to the man. Why would they spend that kind of money in the cornfields of Missouri to build something to a man by the name of Winston Churchill from England? And it's because we knew he did some wonderful things. He was a great man. He was a great orator. But you know what's interesting is if you went to the basement and you saw the illustrations of who was Winston Churchill, you saw his report card. Six years old. He was a disaster. Failed everything. You went through the whole thing. He failed. The first time he stood up in Parliament, he passed out. He couldn't speak. He stuttered. Now, if Common Core had been in there and we were using assessments, and assessments, there's two theories here on the assessments. One, the assessments are going to compare everybody across the country, but then we also have something called affective assessments, and that is that the first question you answer determines what the second question is. And if the second question, because you may not be guided along the same pathway as somebody else. And so when you divert and you have a different set of questions for all the different kids, which is what is in there. I have it from Smarter Balanced. It's right here. When you have that, how are you going to compare them? But let's get back to Winston Churchill. He would not have made the grade. You know, and I happen to think if Winston Churchill hadn't been there, hadn't done what he'd done, where would we be today? You know how those stones in history come. What about somebody here much more closer? Thomas Edison. We all know he invented the light bulb. How many times did he try? 100 times. Now, if he had been in an assessment in which he failed, he would have been diverted to another area. He would not have been allowed to stay. I happen to know that when you look at a child and you see what is in that child and you see things that are glimmering, you go to that. You try to engage the child. You try to get them excited about learning. It's so huge, folks. I could probably spend another 5 hours telling you all the things that are in this stack. I'm not going to. I just want to close with a couple of questions that I have of you all, and I know you probably have some of me. Can you document that the Common Core standards are better than Michigan? Has anybody done that? And then what will be the cost? What is the cost of the aligned curriculum, of professional development, of the bandwidth that's going to be needed on one day across America under Common Core? Every student will be taking those tests. They will have to be on the same bandwidth. Where are we going to pay for this? And as you know, computers get obsolete. How are we going to pay and keep this going? What about the browsers? What about the support system? And then a parent or teacher who has an issue with standards or assessments, who's responsible with the power to make any changes? What are you going to tell those local school teachers? I had a school teacher come up to me and said, please, 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 please stop this. I want to teach the entire book. I don't want to teach just a segment of the book. I'm not going to have the time to do the job I want to do. Can the local school board change the standards? You've heard Checker just say that, yeah, you don't have to go along with it, but you get back to it, the assessment. If the assessment says something, the teacher is going to teach to it. Will you spend time developing a unit on the Civil War, or will you develop a unit that teaches kids standards L3.1 to L3.6? The teacher's going to go with the standards because that's going to be connected to their payroll. There's many questions that I have. What is the evidence of that uniformity and centralization work in education? And then when you have an individualized student, how do you take a one-size-all assessment? That's the key, is the assessment, and match it to that child who can't sit still in the classroom. One of the assessments that I have in here for a fourth grader, one question they've allotted 120 minutes to. How many fourth grade kids are going to sit for 2 hours for one question? That's in here, Smarter Balance. And Bill Gates, whose money has flowed freely all over the country and behind so much of the Common Core and behind many of the groups, he has said, and I can get you this quote exactly, back in 2009, that they're going to know that Common Core works when it's aligned with the standards and the assessments. So it is a control system. Final question, and then I'll just let you all go for me, but can you guarantee to me that when you've moved the seat of power, the decision-making of what is best for the child, from the parent and the teacher level to the public-private federal partnerships that are leading the push for CCSS and who do not have any accountability, they're not elected like you all, that once that shift has occurred, that you can reverse it? Can you document where and how extensive centralization of power was ever good for freedom and mankind? Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Representative Yonker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your testimony. It kind of brings everything down into a perspective, and it's very grassroots, and I don't disagree with probably anything you said. But I have some comments and a couple questions. By your comments, I mean, Michigan Merit Curriculum, which is actually standards, has been with us here for a number of years. And that shift was then, not now. We're already under that system that you're not very favorable of, all right? And I, as a board member, I struggle with that, and it frustrated us because our teachers didn't have the input. And it seems to me that your questions should have been before the school board because they are an elected body authorized by the Constitution. That's not our call. We're not here to decide whether we do these standards. They made that decision. That's not our power, our authority. And so the questioning should be brought to that level because that's where the power is. All right. So that being said, my question to you, I grew up having moved to several communities over as a child growing up in different schools. I was raised in the parochial school, all right? And every school I went to, I had a huge variance of where I was at and where I had to be. And it's very confusing to kids, all right? Now, based on where society is today from where your days of teaching earlier, we have become much more of that type of society. All right, with that perspective and the comments you made, would you still be that strongly standing on that, or are we going the right way and we got to figure a better way to do this?
Thank you, Representative. I would say that, first of all, the U.S. Census says that there's less than 2% of the United States that actually move from state to state. So theoretically, at this point here in Michigan, if a child moved around in the state of Michigan, if you are for standardized education, then you should be getting it in every one of the schools. Now, we know that that's not the real way. We know that the individual teacher, the individual school is what makes the difference. And I know that I live in St. Louis, Missouri, and that there is every year in the paper there is a long article about whether this school district is doing well or whether it's not. And you can look at the real estate values and follow whether that school's doing well or not. The city of St. Louis has terrible schools, and it can't get people to move into the city of St. Louis because it doesn't have good schools. Good schools draw people, and that's the way it should be. And it should be out there that you should have that competition, because if you want the very best, you should be able to go to the very best. Now, whether you move from one school to the other, you could actually move from the third grade A class, Mrs. Smith, to the third grade B class, Mr. Jones, and you will find that you will be in different places in the textbooks, and you may be having a different approach from each one of the teachers. Teachers are individual, schools are individual, and my question is, when you can produce a standardized kid, I'll give you standardized education.
Thank you. Representative Verheulen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I agree with Ken. I agree with what you're saying. But it seems to me that there's a fundamental conflict, if you will, because what I was listening to you speak, it sounded like you were all for local control, which I am, but yet we have a standard, and the question, or at least the narrow question, is whether the Common Core standard is better than the grade level expectation standards that we currently have, because whether it's Common Core or components of it, when you have a standard imposed by the state of Michigan, which is our current model, you're going to have that same gap between the parents and the local school boards, and I guess, are you opposed to that, or do you see that as a necessary evil? Because you mentioned competition. Well, how do you know without some kind of common measurement, which is how we judge, is a particular school or school district doing well? How else do you compare it without some kind of an assessment, which almost requires a common set of standards by which they're, quote, competing?
Let me just address the issue first a minute of the word standard, because I think this is probably something that really needs to be discussed. I don't have the time today to go into it, but when you think of a standard, and I think of a standard, and everybody else thinks of a standard, we probably have some common ground, but we probably have a lot of differences. I would say a standard is something, when I worked under Bill Bennett, he asked me to do another job, which I did for 3 years, and he was particularly interested in putting together what works. And what he did is he went back in time and looked at what taught our kids to read. What were the good things that we had from the past? You know, America is just an exceptionally unique country in that we have taken and assimilated the world and brought it to this land, and we've made it into one nation. And we did so through the schools, and we had a standard at that time, and it was called, you teach them to read, you teach them the basics of science. There was a very common traditional education that was the standard. And for instance, in the 1800s, there was something called Ray's arithmetic. And I have copies of Ray's Arithmetic. It's very interesting textbooks for the kindergarten through 6th grade for mathematics. And I've understood that the 6th grade test that's given in there at the end has been used by professors in colleges teaching algebra for their first year students, and they can't pass it. Now, that was a standard that was a long time ago, that was very exceptional. We had brilliance that came out because people were allowed to excel and to exceed and to really to achieve. If we come from the top down, we're going to smother that. And I have no illusions that we are not where we're supposed to be. And I'm not saying that we go back totally to the local level, but we need to at least devolve this power shift. We need to stop it from going to the experts who are not accountable, who you are paying good money to, and so is the taxpayer paying good money to. We need to reverse that and get it back to as much as we can at the basic level. Now, I'm a teacher by profession, and I have to say that unfortunately we have a lot of people in the teaching profession who haven't done their homework. But I have to also say we have some incredible teachers. We have some wonderful teachers who, against great odds, are doing wonderful things. And this is what we want to have, and we want to find it. Now, can we solve it at the top level? No, we can't. It's individual responsibility by the citizens, the parents, the school board, the state school board to take the responsibility. And I would comment that if we give up our rights to control this as a state and put it into one basket, then all that competition between states of, well, this is good in Massachusetts and this is good in North Dakota, that won't be there. You won't have that choice.
Representative McMillan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be short. Thank you for coming, Stearns. I'm so glad that you're focusing on decision-making and governance. There's been a lot of discussion, and there's a debate on both sides on whether these standards are good or not, and I've said that I don't care if Rush Limbaugh and the Heritage Foundation wrote the standards. I would not want to be giving away our standards to, an NGA and the testing to SBAC. I guess, don't you think that, being able to, if a parent or if a teacher has a problem with the standard or test questions or the way tests are administered, don't you think it's better that they can at least go to Lansing? And instead of knocking on the door of the NGA and begging them to change things, or the SBAC consortium, and we don't even know the structure of how they're going to change it, it's not even in place yet. But don't you think it's at least better that we say no to Common Core and Smarter Balance, and at least those parents who feel that these standards are confusing, harmful potentially, or the testing is very harmful. I hear horror stories about some of these high-stakes testing and kids in kindergarten saying, I don't do kindergarten very well, and coming home crying because they don't know how to do the standardized tests. Don't you think it's at least better to retain that here in Michigan, and so that we can at least, those who have been elected, whether at the state board or the legislators who oversee the MDE, at least that there's a voice then, and that the governance and the decision-making is retained in the state?
I think that's a very important point that I'd like to just build on a little bit, and that is the accountability. Accountability is crucial. And there's accountability because you all are elected. Now, the American system is a messy system, and we have a lot of anger that flows, and we have a lot of discussions that transpire, but it still comes down to accountability. Somebody is accountable, and that's how it has to be. I mean, it may not be pleasant, it may not be pretty, but it is accountable. You all are accountable. This is where it should stop, is at the accountability level of the people that they can come to. And if they don't like what they're doing in the schools, they can come to the state school board, and if they don't like what the state school board is, through the elective process, through the elected people, you can make the changes. So I think, yes. And I mentioned, it's interesting, Representative, that you mentioned about you've heard the horror stories, and I don't know how many of you have, and I would recommend that you look at the March issue of the Phi Delta Kaplan magazine, which is a professional education magazine. And the title of it is Warning: The Common Core Standards May Be Harmful to Children. Now, some of you are probably wondering what's all in the Common Core standards. It takes a lot of time. Most people are not going to read them, not going to go through them. I've done that. But let me tell you that this is a very wise article because it shows how things are being given to children. For instance, in a second grade level, the child is told to describe the connection between a series of historical events, scientific ideas or concepts, or steps in technical procedures in a text. That's second grade. That's second grade. That's just one example. I would encourage you to read that because what you're doing is we could sit here and talk about how many angels dance on the head of a pin forever, about all the specifics. It's the concept of do you all say you all don't know what's best for Michigan? Are you saying that there's some people out there that are unelected, unaccountable, who know better, that you want to turn this over to and pay a lot of money? Or should you keep the power here in Michigan? That's really what the question is.
Representative Shore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to follow up on that a little bit. Okay, we are accountable and we should be accountable, but our state school board is elected by the citizens of this state as per the Constitution. And they have come in and they have said this is going to be the standard, and we're going to have Common Core, and we're going to have the Smarter Balance testing. So what we're talking about here really is should the legislature fund it or not? So if you as a teacher were told you have to do this, but we're not going to give you any money to do this, what would you think?
Well, I think it's a very good question because that can be turned around a little bit by the teacher who's not going to speak out against Common Core because she won't get paid by her superintendent because the superintendent has spoken in favor of Common Core. But if you're talking about will we implement something that can't be paid for, you've got two elected bodies. This is how it gets messy. The elected body of the school board is accountable to the citizens. You all are accountable to the citizens. And this is where it clashes. But this is where the wonderful system of our republic comes into play and that you have checks and balances. And that is if your smaller number of people who are the state school board get swept away with something, then you have the House, which is the closest to the people and who control the funding, can come in and say, okay, let's put some pauses to this and let's think about this. Let's look at this. And that's what I think you all are asking today is can we pause and pull back from this and really look carefully because you all have to go out and get elected. They have to get elected.
We're not talking about that. We are talking about that, but the decision that we're looking at right now, we had the state school board president come in and say, this is going to be the standard. If you choose not to pay for it, then the locals will have to pay for it. Someone else will pay for it. This is going to be the standard. So according to the Constitution, they make policy and we fund. But if we don't fund, that's not saying that's going to put a pause or it's going to stop. That's saying you're doing it on your own local schools. So that's not really what we're really not talking about us as an accountable body. Our constituents are going to come to us and tell us what they think. And I've had people tell me on both sides. But the reality is that's why we have an elected state board as per the Constitution. And we're talking about do we provide the funding or not? I've had teachers talk to me on both sides, but I hear about unfunded mandates and Headley and this and that, and we're giving less funding to schools, and I hear all those arguments, and now we're talking about potentially saying we're not going to fund this, but you have to do it anyway, so make it happen and find a way to pay for it.
Well, it is interesting if you suddenly say to every local school board, we're not going to fund this, but we're going to mandate that you do it. I think the local school board is going to suddenly start getting a little involved in the whole issue because they're going to have to come up with the funding. And when they have to come up with the funding, they're going to say, are we going to like this or are we not going to like it? Are we doing better than what they want us to be? And we might even get a bigger discussion. I agree with you that it doesn't sound like we should tell the state school board we're not going to fund something they pass. But, there are various branches of the government, and you all are the ones who control the purse. And ultimately, that is a very responsible decision that you have to make. Do we fund something that many of us have been hearing we shouldn't? Should we pause on it? If we pause on it, are we going to cause all kinds of disasters, or are we going to start being a better steward of our money? So it's a good question.
Representative Yonker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 years ago, this started to go into our schools, this Common Core implementation. All right, and I've been talking to a lot of teachers, and a lot of teachers are very excited about having a real solid, that they believe is a solid standard. They can really get good expectations from their students. I'm not a teacher. I'm not an expert in education, so I can't begin to explain what that means. But I think you can understand that as a teacher. So we have 2 years of this and this work being put in by these teachers, all right? A lot of outside of classroom training, a lot of effort, a lot of energy. Nobody said nothing. It was dead quiet. When the Michigan Merit Curriculum, or standards, I should say, because it wasn't a curriculum, but it is a curriculum, for all the same reasons. Nobody said a word. As a school board person, I was furious. Because what we were doing in our school, we had to eliminate. We had to change it to what we wanted as a community. Nobody said a word. We got a lot of parents here. Where were they? Nobody was there. 2 years into this, now we got this big uprising. We have dedicated teachers have committed their life to doing good for our kids. And there's one thing that happened that I can see as I look back. Is there is a statement from the White House of who many people disrespect. And that statement was, I support Common Core. And this whole thing twisted. And now we're into this whole thing with a lot of money, a lot of work. And Representative McMillan, I understand his comments. But my question is, where were the parents when Michigan Merit started? They weren't there. And so How come it wasn't bad back then?
It was bad back then. Let me just say that for 25 years, I'm an executive director of a think tank, a research and educational think tank, and we concentrate on education. For 25 years, we have had conferences that looked at what's going on in education, and we looked at the curriculums, we looked at the content of what is being passed on to our kids. And for 25 years, I've asked that same question. Where are the moms and the dads? Why is not there an outroar? Well, I'll tell you why. We all trust our teachers and our local schools to do the best. We all know that that teacher of our child, and there's exceptions, of course, is there because they want to do the best for our children. So we've turned our children over to our schools with full trust and confidence. Most people in America today are catching themselves coming and going in so many directions they don't have time to think. So they don't do what I've done and sit down and go through what's actually being taught in the schools. They listen to what is being told to them. And we could spend another 5 hours here on grade inflation and how all the kids are doing fine and we're reaching to our children. We can talk about that forever. And parents have believed that. And just all of a sudden, in this last year, American parents are saying, what is going on in our education? What's going on? I have a child at stake in this. I'm concerned about what's happening. I want answers. And that's what I'm here today. I came with 25 questions because I don't think you proceed with anything unless you've answered those questions. And there's too many unanswered questions on Common Core. There's too many unanswered questions on where has the direction of education been the last 30 years. I say it's been in the wrong direction. I see children not being educated to think. You give a child the 6th grade test of Ray's arithmetic from the 1890s, he couldn't pass it. Our freshmen in college can't pass that. We have, now that's not to say we don't have brilliant kids. We do. But I'm saying the average kid, the education has been dumbed down, and we have education that is not giving us the kind of innovative, creative excitement. How are we engaging our kids today, reaching them for where they are when you start to standardize everything? You can't.
Thank you, Ms. Hearne.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Brigadier General Michael Stone, and I believe with him Catherine Terry. Welcome. Is the red light on?
Yes, it is.
All right.
I'm Brigadier General Mike Stone, Assistant Adjutant General for Installations in the Michigan National Guard. 26 years of the Michigan National Guard. I have a bachelor's degree, University of Detroit. I have a Juris Doctorate, Detroit College of Law. I have a master's degree. I have a special needs child who's 14 in middle school. I also have a 12-year-old in middle school who is brilliant. I'm in a unique position in that I grew up part-time as a citizen soldier. I've only been full-time as a general in the Michigan National Guard a couple of years, and I'm a deputy director and appointee, and here today to represent the Michigan National Guard, talk on a few issues related to that in Common Core, related to military children, readiness for the military as well as veterans, but I'll turn it over to Mrs. Terry here first.
Do you want me to go first?
Or do you want to introduce yourself? You can go first.
Okay. Okay, I'll go first. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Catherine Terry. I received a master's degree in elementary education, and I have taught in Connecticut, Virginia, and in Germany. I have been a military spouse for over 25 years. My husband is Major General Michael J. Terry. He's a commanding general at TACOM, LCMC in Warren, Michigan. We have 3 children. Our daughter has graduated from college, and our 2 sons are still attending college. We have moved 12 times in the last 23 years. Our time at each place ranged from 10.5 months to 3 years. All 3 children have moved 10 times in the first 18 years of their lives. Our daughter attended 8 schools since kindergarten and 2 high schools. Our middle child, 9 schools and 3 different high schools. Our youngest has attended 7 schools and 2 high schools. Our daughter would have moved to a 3rd high school in her senior year if we had not split the family. I stayed in Texas an extra year with the kids so she could graduate, while my husband left for another assignment after already spending a year away from the family due to deployment to Iraq. As much as we hated to be separated, Michael and I felt that our children had sacrificed enough, and it was the least we could do. We received an extension at our previous assignment so our youngest son could graduate from his high school, or else he too would have attended 3 different high schools. Our experience may sound a little bit extraordinary, but it is normal for active duty military children. Like thousands of military families, so many of our major decisions had to do with what was best for our children. We had discussed, Michael and I, and agreed that if any of our children had trouble adjusting to the moves, we would leave the military. Like my husband, many military moms and dads will go to the next assignment alone in order not to disrupt their children's education. That is how important a role school plays in our families. As a 6th grade teacher in a Department of Defense dependent school in Germany, I recall my students and their parents often telling me that we did this in math last year, or we never went over this in our old school. So I spent a lot of time trying to help students catch up, or in trying to keep those that were bored engaged and still learning. Moving is traumatic for children. Not only do children have to cope with leaving their friends and all that is familiar and dear to them, but they also have to go through the process of being the new kid again. They worry about things like, what's in fashion here? Will I make the team? Who will I hang out with? And of course, will my mom or dad be deployed again? I recall bringing my daughter to volleyball tryouts at her new school in a new state and watched while she stood in line with all these other girls who were hugging and chattering away happily to each other. There she stood alone with no one to talk to, no one there to exchange words or glances of encouragement with, and my heart ached for her. It's a feeling I grew familiar with as well. Every time I attended back-to-school nights with parents I did not know, I realized what my children were going through. The difference is that I was an adult and not an apprehensive elementary, middle school, or high school student in a new situation again. With all these challenges, the last thing children should have to worry about are the different academic standards they face when they move from state to state. They shouldn't have to worry that they're way ahead in one school or hopelessly behind in another. As parents, our kids are our world. And I know that if my kids are okay, everything else will be okay. The move will be as smooth as uprooting yourself can be. Many military parents don't have the educational experience or time that I had, both may be working, to prepare for the moves and to be actively involved in their children's education. The Common Core state standards would have made things so much easier for us and for so many other military families in their moves. Knowing what standards need to be achieved at each grade level will help ensure that our kids are on target in important academic areas. And if they aren't on target, then we could address it before we arrived at the new school. I hear military spouses share their frustrations and compliments of the teachers in schools, no matter where they come from. We all share in the pain of constant moves and how it affects our children, and it's amazing how similar all these stories are. I also know that shifting standards are not just a problem for military families. So many people move to job changes in the civilian world as well. With all our children have to deal with, Common Core gives families one less challenge to adjust to, so they can move as often as their parents' military duty demands and still be ready for college or work. As a mother, a military spouse, and a former teacher, I cannot strongly emphasize enough or strongly encourage you enough to please support and fund the Common Core state standards. Thank you.
First of all, I am not an expert on Common Core, and I'm not here to talk about the elements of Common Core because I have not read it. I think Mrs. Terry probably is much more of an expert on the military child than I am. However, I have children in the military, but fortunately I've been able to serve my entire career in the Michigan National Guard, 3 deployments, but not having to move around as much. But I do want to point out a couple of things about Michigan to you. Number one, you're probably aware we have a law, MCLA 3.1041, which is the Interstate Compact and Educational Opportunities for Military Children. You may not have read it, but at some point you probably were looking at Common Core. And that law that Michigan signed on is a compact state, and virtually all 50 states have signed that, is really designed to have a compact for standards on enrollment, placement, eligibility, attendance, and graduation for military children. and I'll get into the Coast Guard and a little bit of General Terry and some of the predecessor history, since the Terrys have only been in Michigan now 2 years, I believe.
1 year.
1 year. Okay, so it seems like 2 sometimes, but in some of that other history. But I'll give you a couple other statistics that really surprised us after Governor Snyder was elected. Number one, if you're not aware, Michigan is dead last in the nation when it comes to per capita spending in defense spending. You would think with Senator Levin being the Senate Armed Services Chairman, we would be higher. Everybody probably knows we don't have any large military bases. Major General Terry is the senior most active duty general that we have in the state. A lot of his force, he commands the Army depots around the country, and he's got a lot of senior civilians that work for the Department of Defense that are not in uniform. And that's a little bit of a problem. We're also dead last in the nation in dollars coming back for veterans. We're also, as you probably well know as legislators, the only state that's been losing population over the last 10 years. You probably also haven't thought about, but you're probably aware of sequestration and the significant cuts coming to the military. What Governor Snyder is attempting to do is set conditions where veterans and people want to come to Michigan. By not having any kind of common standards or international standards, it's the portability issue that becomes a problem. So meeting with the Coast Guard frequently, there's Coast Guard stations, as you well know, all across the Great Lakes. That's a large portion of the active duty force that's in Michigan, besides those commanded by General Terry. They intentionally rotate their people in the summertime, obviously, so their children can get assimilated. They're in specific communities. I've been to some of those communities like Traverse City, meeting with the local school boards on the portability issues in the standards, and those school districts have done a very admirable job working with the Coast Guard specifically. But I keep hearing the same problems over and over, especially folks that have come in and worked for the Tank Command, where they have moved from out of state. They got to make a quick decision. And then, when one of the arsenals was transferring people, and they don't know what school districts to come to because of those standards. So I'll get off of the portability issue for the military, but we really, by not having a standard, being a state that doesn't fund Common Core if it's mandated, and I don't know the details, that's going to be a little bit of a problem, be a detractor for the military folks and military children. But with veterans know they're an interesting group, and there's 680,000 veterans in Michigan. There's millions of them. There's just over 1 million people that serve in uniform today. But lots of people are going to make a choice of where they're going to move to with their young children coming off this war fight in Iraq and Afghanistan. We have hundreds of thousands of job vacancies in Michigan. It's not, our employment rates come down, but we still have a lot of good jobs to fill. We're trying to figure out with the new Michigan Veterans Affairs Agency Director Jeff Barnes on how we attract that talent to Michigan, retrain it, skills gap, and plug those people into the workforce. That's one of the top priorities of that new agency. We're hopeful that achieving either Common Core or something very similar. I was in the audience and heard, it doesn't have to be Common Core or nothing. But if Common Core is the direction everybody's headed to, those veterans, those military folks will be looking for that standardization. If you're in the military, you're used to task, condition, standard, and they want that standard for their children to know that they're going to move in and not have the problems as Mrs. Terry just alluded to. The last one, and probably the most important one to General Vadney and I, is readiness. You get the ASVAB, the Armed Forces Services Vocational Aptitude Battery Test, the ASVAB. The old days it was a little simpler for all of us in the ASVAB because you take your test and it would test you on most of the STEM topics and reading, writing capabilities and give you a line score. It would also tell you what you're most inclined to be able to do. When I was a young company commander in the early 90s, I knew from working with my recruiters that for every 3 people coming in that wanted to enlist in the Michigan National Guard in my unit, 2 of the 3 would not qualify. Now, some of those are physical requirements, hearing, that type of thing, but the ASVAB line scores was usually the number one thing. I commanded a military police company. It required a line score of 110. Back in the old days, 100 was pretty average, and we just kind of correlated 100 means an IQ of about 100, so 110. As my career progressed, I became a battalion commander in Detroit, and we converted a old field artillery unit, tube artillery to MLRS to rockets. Those line scores increased significantly in that conversion prior to me commanding. But imagine having line score requirements in the city of Detroit for a unit. And we actually physically had to move batteries out of Detroit because we could not recruit and retain to the line scores necessary to maintain the entire battalion in the city of Detroit because the line scores increased. And in Detroit, and recruiters will tell you this, that 3-to-1 ratio became more of a 5-to-1 ratio. By the time 2001 came along, it was about 5 willing people to 1 that we were trying to recruit that would not be eligible to join. Again, not all related to the ASVAB, not again related to that, but the standards for the military keep increasing for academics. That's a standardized test. And Secretary of Defense Hagel is pushing and wanting there to be more standardization in education so that we can have a military that remains a volunteer force. You know, we got rid of the draft more than 40 years ago. In this 21st century, in the cyber age that we're approaching in the military, it's going to continue to get harder and harder. What often happens times is soldiers or airmen may not qualify for a specific vocation, and then they will fall down to a different occupation, like being a cook, an infantryman. But even infantrymen today, there's the skills required of them on the battlefield are becoming more and more technical. So regardless of what you do, I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that the military does care about this. We do want something like Common Core. Whatever that standardization is, I am hopeful, or we're hopeful, the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, that Michigan stays with a national trend, whether it is Common Core or something else very close like it, because Michigan could be left behind. We want to get out of dead last in a lot of those categories and be an attraction to veterans, an attraction for the military, and have that portability for military children. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Representative O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here, and thank you for the service you and your families do. Having many relatives in the military, I understand that it's not just those who are actively serving that are sacrificing so much. I'd like to throw this out to either one of you, but is it concerning to you that there's a full-scale implementation going on something of which there has been no assessment or test or pilot to make sure it actually will work for children?
You want to take that? Or?
The way I see it is that, according to the previous speaker's things, the standards are higher. I don't see how it can hurt to go for higher standards.
I agree, and standards should always be high, but isn't it concerning that we're locking up our educational processes when we don't even know if just by putting something on paper, if it works? We don't have the textbooks, we don't have the complementary teaching materials, we don't know exactly what it is that the test is going to say. We can say, meet this standard. If you don't have the roadmap, how do you get there?
I'm not an expert on this. But if you have their standards and they're developing, and as you said, the teachers have been working on this for the last 2 years, I say go for it.
And I really respect that. It's just I have grave concerns about people are going to have to direct their concerns with anything with education to the National Governors Association. I don't know who they are. I mean, I know my governor, but when it comes to education, if it doesn't work for my children and I have concerns, it's a total loss of local control.
I can't speak to that because, as you see, as I've said, we've moved 12 times in the last 23 years all over the country, as well as over to Germany, overseas. So I have no control. I'm used to that.
Well, I'm grateful that
I can't do anything.
And I'm grateful.
I just hope that each place does the best they can.
And I'm grateful you're here because what this shows is you have a voice. My concern has always been about transparency and accountability as well as sustainability. And my concern is when we go to a National Governors Association, of which nobody really knows who they are when they meet, they don't have to have public meetings, all this wonderful stuff. If whether it's a teacher, it's a parent, a superintendent, a school board, if they have concerns, this isn't the legislature's job. I mean, we've been told, hey, just go along with it, don't raise a fuss. But I feel my kids are so important, they're worth a fuss.
If I may interject, from my perspective, we've got to have a standard. The Army couldn't run without standards. That is one thing. Also, second, related to standards, one thing I did not say about my bio is when my last semester of law school, I taught a semester at Detroit Finney High School. The lack of standards there horrified me. The lack of having teaching graduating seniors who clearly lacked the skills necessary to move on to college, and they'd all been told because they were honor students, they were all super brilliant when they lacked very basic things they should have gotten in 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade. So we won't have portability. We won't have the ability to attract talent coming out of the military or otherwise if we don't agree to a standard. Now, how it's implemented, what the details of that, one, I don't know. Your concern is, I sat in the back as well and listened, and I heard your concern about the full-scale implementation. That is something that definitely needs to be weighed in on and discussed. But if a standard has been agreed to, and it's a question of funding and how it gets implemented, I think that's where the tough work lies here, obviously.
And I appreciate what you just mentioned about your personal experience, because, Mr. Chairman, there's just two last points I can make. One is we do have standards in Michigan. So saying we don't have standards, we do. And most of our children, actually I think all of our children are required in 11th grade to take the ACT, which is one of the two national tests for college readiness. So we do have a national standard between the ACT or SAT. You can take them both. I took them both. My kids have both taken them. The second is setting a higher standard, which I'm fine with higher standards if that's what we want to do. It's not going to get those children those textbooks. It won't get them involved parents. So you hit on such an important point that we haven't yet found solutions for, and you're absolutely right that we need to look for. And I just want to thank you for allowing me to push back just a little bit, because my concerns aren't, is Common Core the right one or the wrong one? It's a lot about the path of how it's happening, and I'm concerned about any child that's, if this hasn't been piloted in a very intentional way about what we might do, because as we know, many kids, one negative educational experience can totally take them off track. And that's why I remain concerned about 45 states doing a wide-scale implementation when we don't even know what the final assessments or tests are going to look like. So thank you for letting me ask you some questions.
Absolutely.
Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had to speak up in regard to this one when I see somebody in uniform here. I truly appreciate the sacrifices that you have made. Many people are probably aware my next younger brother, although I thought I was the youngest, but evidently not. But my next youngest actually probably had decided to forego his third star due to education reasons. And it was called having to move again when he had two children now coming in as sophomores and two in college in the same state, and decided not to move to D.C. and retired instead. So as far as I'm concerned, my biased opinion, we lost a very valuable individual due to education reasons and because of the school systems where he was going to now be positioned. And his kids have moved numerous times. When you're in this kind of situation, you get moved a lot. And these kids do have to sacrifice a lot and try to adjust. And it's not fun. So for that, I applaud you for all of that effort. And granted, I think all of you can understand that when we're talking about the military, yes, they do have standards. And heaven forbid if every state decided to build an M1 tank differently, we'd have some real problems. And I have been in TACOM, actually designed a battery pack that went into the M1 tank some 20, 30 years ago. So that was quite entertaining. But we also talk about the one thing that concerns me is you mentioned about the 2 out of 3, and talking to my brothers also is that we have, since we've gone volunteer, the standards have changed and we do not have enough kids that actually qualify. Do you have a percentage of those that actually apply? And we need to break that down because it's not all education, because not all kids are going to that. And we really do need to focus on college and career ready. Our Michigan Merit, quite frankly, has that in a mission statement and has failed miserably at that, my humble opinion. So what is that? I've heard recently a lot of percentages. Now, some of them are due to health and some are actually education. Do you have a breakdown for that for this body?
Representative Rogers, I do not have a breakdown of that, but I saw an article today that cited a statistic that if we take it as a fact, that 20% of high school graduates who try to enlist cannot pass the ASVAB. But I want to build on that 20% number for just a second and put it in local or Michigan perspective. That means they qualify, that 20%, for no military job. So you might have a young man or woman who walks in and wants to be a helicopter pilot and tries to enlist, and they take the ASVAB, and they might fail completely and don't qualify even to be a cook in the Army. But do they qualify for the occupational skill that they came in for? I don't have those statistics, but of course it's well north of that 20%. Here's another problem we have, General Vadney and I, in the Michigan National Guard. Let's say you're from Calumet, Michigan. It's a local engineering unit. And you walk in and you want a job and you take the ASVAB, and then you don't qualify for the line scores, or that MLRS, that rocket battalion in Detroit, and you want to join the Michigan Guard. We have a lot of statistics on how far people are willing to commute to stay in the Michigan National Guard. We know that because of our promotion process for our enlisted soldiers, and we track that, and we have data and heat mapping and things like that. We don't have statistics, hard statistics on enlistment, but typically it's within 20 miles. So we have 44 armories in Michigan, just in the Army side alone. We're missing a large population of people because of portability, because of those test scores that, that 20% compounded by the military occupational skills, compounded by geography, that makes it even worse. So when you talk to the recruiters, and I've talked to a number of them leading up to today, some of them are very frustrated, and then they're in the typical places you would imagine, and suspect geographically in Michigan as well.
I guess as a comment to that, when you talk about 20% can't pass for any job in the military, I have to, I guess I could correlate that and say they probably can't qualify for almost any job if you're talking about a broad range of categories there. And that is disconcerting in the whole education system. Whether this is the answer or not, we have to make sure that kids are both college and career ready. Again, I just want to thank you for your service and your sacrifice, because, and please thank your kids for having to run them all over. It's a great experience to see a lot of parts of the United States and the world, but in the same vein, they have to scramble to even be educated. And having moved from a system that I was 2 years ahead way back when in an educational system, it was kind of boring for a few years because of the two different systems within the state of Michigan. So thank you.
Representative McMillan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your service to our country. And I guess the thing that there was testimony before that said that 2% of Americans move into different states. So I guess what really we are faced with is potentially a benefit, although it may not be a benefit, but potential benefit to 2%. Is that worth turning over control, accountability, potentially quality? There's plenty of experts that have said that these are subpar, they're confusing. So I mean that's really kind of what we're faced with. And I certainly, if they are subpar, if we shouldn't be turning over control, we certainly shouldn't fund something like that. If you're going down the wrong road, you don't hit the accelerator. You actually pull over and reevaluate and maybe change direction. So that's what we're doing. And so that's really, what we're faced with. Again, going to Common Core may not be good for your kids or for people that move around. It's very untested, as Representative O'Brien said. And so that's really what we're faced with. And I guess, I don't know if there are any comments, but I mean, that's why we're wrestling with it.
If I can comment, and if you want to extrapolate those numbers, I wasn't here for that testimony, but I'm assuming that's 2% annually that move. I'm guessing it's linked to some sort of time. But to put in perspective, the Major General Mrs. Terry's situation, on active duty, the average turnover is 33%. Once every 3 years, and that's what the Army's trying to get to, and their situation trying to get to, and they're not there. In your situation, I'm sure it's about almost 50%. So, in their career. So, I think both of us are here. I pipe in anytime you want to advocate for that small minority, that 1.1 million families that serve in uniform. that their statistics are dramatically higher than that 2%. And even in the Michigan National Guard, we have a force, in the Air National Guard, about 1 in 3 is full-time between Selfridge, Battle Creek, the 110th Air Wing, and the CRTC and Combat Readiness Training Center in Alpena. But portability between those 3 installations and moving up in careers, they've pretty much worked well with those school districts and that portability, but it is a distractor. And some people have, in the Michigan Guard, Army and Air, left their careers because of having to move around, and the school issue with children.
And then I guess, I wasn't sure if you guys were pro or con, because we got 2 pro and 1 con, so I'm looking forward to the other con who will be, or those opposed to Common Core that will be testifying. So.
I'm definitely for.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Kniezek.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, I've got to say before I start, as a sergeant, I never thought a general would give me the time of day, let alone some testimony, so I appreciate that. I want to talk really quickly about something you and I understand, and that's that bad intelligence can compromise good decision making. And so I want to talk very briefly about some good intelligence and addressing some of the comments that my colleagues have made so far today. First and foremost, we've been implementing this here in Michigan for the past 3 years. So to say that it's unpiloted or non-piloted, that we haven't been testing it is again, unfounded. And when we talk about 2% of kids, well, we've got 55 million kids. That's 1.1 million kids. And so I think it's certainly a worthwhile conversation for us to have. But I was wondering if you could just briefly talk about Michigan's competitiveness in attracting military investment. Because we all know how critical having a well-rounded and rigorous education is to attracting business investment. I was wondering if you could expound a bit more on attracting military investment as well.
I would love to. Thank you, and thank you for your service. I actually was with Mike Finney a couple hours ago, and I got to go back to a conference that we're having with the governor's office. And he and I talked briefly offline, and we stay in touch with MEDC quite a bit. Michigan's defense industry is really hard to measure. We used to be the arsenal of democracy. We were the world capital of the defense industry, and then those that are Michiganders or paid attention to it, or those in uniform know in the 70s, a lot of it was divested. Chrysler Defense sold their interests. So when you look at it today and the economic impact of the defense industry in Michigan, what we're seeing happen, and I interact a lot with the defense industry, is a consolidation from the east and west coasts where the cost to operate are higher more to the Midwest. Macomb County's done a spectacular job. Oakland County's close behind them, trying to attract defense business to Michigan. But when I interact with, and a good friend of mine who's a retired one-star general, grew up in Michigan, he grew up in Warren actually, retired as a U.S. Air Force Reserve one-star, and he chose to retire early in his career because he's offered a position to work as a vice president at Lockheed Martin. General Vadney and I met with him a couple years ago, and there was a very large multi-billion-dollar opportunity for Michigan potentially to compete for, and actually General Vadney and I met with someone at the White House related to that, trying to bring that opportunity and at least shape it for MEDC for Michigan. Now that opportunity still hasn't presented itself, but they said the number one factor at Lockheed Martin they were looking for to make a decision on where to put a high-tech plant, a multi-billion-dollar investment, would be human capital. How quickly can you attract, train, and retrain a large number of workers for this type of work? And most of the jobs require clearances. And so that really led us and made us think differently about the problem and how we look at Michigan and the defense industry. How do we set conditions for success? Of course, your Michigan National Guard should be running around spending its time doing MEDC's job. But when you look at the defense sector and the enablers and what they're looking for, we're working on, and this legislature funded $1.5 million just recently for the fall budget for a thing called Heroes to Hired. We're trying to integrate the Michigan My Talent database with Heroes to Hired, which is a Secretary of Defense approved database for employment. We're the only state that has approval from the Secretary of Defense to do that. We're doing that intentionally to make Michigan more competitive. And we think the defense sector in Michigan can benefit. One of the reasons it's hard to measure is a lot of the automotive and the tier ones do primarily automotive, but as Mrs. Terry's nodding her head, and she knows this, you've got the National Automotive Center, which is subordinate to TARDEC, which is the Tank Automotive Research Engineering Center, which is on the campus that her husband commands, and they interact with the big three and the tier ones frequently. There is a lot of dual technology out there emerging with the big three: driverless vehicles, robotics, cyber IT related to the defense sector, that the big three is emerging. We could really generally reinvent Michigan in this sector, and we really want, General Vadney does, Jeff Barnes does at Michigan Veterans Affairs Agency, the governor's office. How do we track that military talent, because it plugs in neatly with the emerging technology and IT, cyber, robotics, and alternative energy that we're trying to focus on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Terry. Thank you, General, for your comments. That concludes at least the official agenda. We do have some people that have filled out cards and written. I want to add that there'll be 3 minutes of testimony if questions are asked, but you'll be given 3 minutes. I'll time them up here and let you know when those are done. To begin, we have Irene Nord, Executive Director of the Office of Mathematics Education, Detroit Public Schools, and the Michigan Council of Teachers of Mathematics. Welcome.
Hi. I don't know if this is still morning. Good morning if it is.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today to greet you. Thank you very much. And I'm going to try to very closely adhere to the time. I timed myself prior to, I had a little practice session. As I've been introduced, I'm Dr. Irene Nord. I have a PhD in mathematics education and in educational leadership from Wayne State University. I am a mathematics major from Olivet College. I've worked in Detroit Public Schools over 33 years of my career. And I've held several positions, one a high school mathematics teacher. I have been a curriculum developer. I can tell you what the mathematics looks like from K to 12 and Common Core. I can go in and have a deep dive, okay? I'm also a curriculum developer. But first, I'm going to start by wearing my hat as the president of the Michigan Council of Teachers of Mathematics. This organization is a professional organization for Michigan mathematics educators, pre-kindergarten through college. And it consists of a board of directors that represents geographical regions throughout this Great Lakes state. Okay? And I want to just tell you wholeheartedly that Michigan educators support the Common Core. My discussion today will be focused on the Common Core, textbook advantages, and online assessment readiness in Michigan as well as in Detroit Public Schools. First, MCTM voiced concerns regarding the Common Core State Standards Initiative early on and requested time to review and conduct a side-by-side comparison between the Michigan and the Common Core standards. Why Michigan educators wanted to examine the alignment within and across grades and courses. We warned at that time not to be hasty and to adopt without being very thorough. I am glad to report we were given the opportunity to assist in the development of a crosswalk document that's on the Michigan Department of Education website that was provided by Michigan educators, consisting of the alignment between the Michigan and the Common Core standards. Then and only then, we could say without hesitation we support. Later, we published a position paper entitled MCTM Supports Common Core and High Quality Curriculum. I do have copies of that paper with me. Textbook advantages of the Common Core. As a curriculum developer, we have always had to develop curriculum using books written to address the state standards for Texas, Florida, and California. There are 20 states known as textbook adoption states in which Texas, Florida, and California play a significant role. Textbook adoption states choose at the state level what textbooks can be used by all districts. These are the states that have leverage to dictate what goes in books. For the first time being a part of something larger, these states will no longer set the standards for what is taught and learned in books that Michigan uses. This is a direct result of being a part of 45 states, the District of Columbia, 4 territories, who have adopted the Common Core state standards. Our books will reflect the college and career readiness standards of 45 states in which Michigan is a member. I'm going to quickly move to administration of online testing in Detroit Public Schools. We started last year, 2012-13, under the leadership of Emergency Manager Roy Roberts and Superintendent for Academics Karen Ridgway. Detroit Public Schools administered online testing. Detroit Public Schools consist of a portfolio of schools, EAA, charter, and centrally managed schools. Detroit has adopted the Common Core standards and has already experienced some gains by the MEP, MME, and results from the district's online common assessment program. And I could talk deeper why I can make that statement, because I know why, okay? And I'm just watching my time. The district's online common assessments are based on grade-specific outcomes aligned to the Common Core administered in grades kindergarten through grade 12. We understand added value of measuring academic progress. The district started implementation last year. All academic core areas, mathematics, reading comprehension, science, and social studies, are assessed using an online test administration website. I didn't tell you the name.
Can you wrap up?
Okay, wrap it up. Okay. Okay, Michigan, let me wrap it up. Michigan districts have been providing online options for students. This is why classroom teachers have shared with this committee that they are ready to move forward. We currently offer a blended learning environments throughout this state with computers, netbooks, iPads, and other technology that's an integral part of teaching, learning, and assessment in Michigan schools. Please support funding for the implementation.
Thank you. Representative McMillan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I've always had a question, since you're an expert in the math area, maybe you can help me, because they claim Common Core is, the problem is that it's too much breadth and not enough depth. And so they say, we're getting rid of some of the breadth of math and Common Core, and we're going to focus on depth. But when I ask what have they gotten rid of, it's not very clear. What did Common Core get rid of in the breadth of math standards in Michigan in order to focus on depth?
Okay, I'm going to answer this differently because the way you've posed the question, I'm finding it a little troublesome. But the reason why I like it is by the end of second grade, we're very clear at the school level that students should be able to add and subtract any number whatsoever. By the end of fifth grade, students should be able to multiply and divide any numbers whatsoever. These are clear benchmark areas. I know by the end of grade kindergarten, for instance, that they should know about putting together and taking apart. These are very clear benchmark areas that allow us to focus our instruction. Now, the Michigan standards had the geometry going all the way through, and I'm talking about the Michigan standards prior to the adoption of Common Core, because the Michigan standards consist of the Common Core today. But prior to that, we had some gaps and things that we did not do well. So when we did the side-by-side comparison, we found those gaps. And what we found, if you go through our crosswalk document, you'll see that we moved some things out of certain grades. And I don't have them in my head totally, but I have the document that I can send you. So you can see grade by grade what moved, what stayed, and what moved in.
Yeah, I just find it unusual that, we're getting rid of things, but we don't know what we got rid of.
Well, I know exactly, but it was so much that we got rid of.
So we got rid of a lot of stuff?
We got rid of a lot of stuff. It really kind of focused what we had to do in our classrooms. For instance, now we have about 110 lessons, whereas before we had 155 lessons. And so I can go through and Okay, let me give you another number. 200. We had over 200 Michigan standards when we first started with our standards, and then right before, when we adjusted them for our assessment, because we developed an assessment framework, it exploded. And the explosion, I was going to count them. I didn't realize I was going to be asked this question, but we have way over 900 assessment objectives now. And that isn't a part of the Common Core. That's what was in the Michigan standards. So I'm telling you that we had all of these things that we were asking for teachers to do and understand, and talking about having a decoder ring, saying geometry, you should know this. Number, you should know this. All of these things existed prior to the Common Core.
Okay, and then finally, Dr. Schmidt, who was hugely informative of the math standards in the Common Core, testified before this body that there's not a single Common Core aligned textbook on the market, that they're all worthless, basically, and that people who have spent millions of dollars, districts on the west side of Michigan, probably wasted their money. So do you think it's, we talk about maybe we've been piloting over the last couple of years, but I would argue we haven't, because once the tests come in, that's when the piloting occurs, and what really is understood whether we've been teaching Common Core or not. So do you find that alarming, that probably the main person who informed Common Core on math has said that there are no good textbooks out there on the market right now, and yet we're going to be testing these children and holding teachers accountable very soon in the next year or so, and they haven't been able to have textbooks that actually align to the Common Core, and that'll be on the test.
Okay, let me respond this way. One, I wasn't here, so I didn't hear his testimony, but I will respond this way. The last 2 years, we have been practicing. The Smarter Balance Assessment website has practice items that have been made available, in which we've been doing professional development on. We've most certainly had opportunities to pilot and participate in pilots. So I don't understand when you say no one has the opportunity. It's whether or not they took advantage of an opportunity. We just had professional development just yesterday in our district on Smarter Balance. So we've been talking about Smarter Balance. What does the items look like in terms of Common Core? And most certainly, as a curriculum developer, we always define the evaluation component of the curriculum, in which it has assessment items that are specific to some of the examples that have been provided to us. And at the national meetings, Smarter Balance is there as well. They provided lots of opportunities for us to see what it looks like in kindergarten, what some of the questions look like for first grade. And that's how we've been building and working towards preparation. Okay. Did I answer your question? I tried. I'm sorry if I didn't.
Representative O'Brien.
Thank you. I was really intrigued by your testimony and then your answers to Representative McMillan. Because one of the struggles that we've had is when I've talked to different schools, they've talked about they've created their own assessments to see how kids are progressing, but that's not scientific. That's not proven. It's a good effort on their part to try to have accountability. But when I've asked questions like, are you seeing it in changes of MEP scores, ACT scores? There's not a direct correlation. Now, with your schools, are you pretty confident that the correlation of the increase in scores is solely to Common Core? Are there other factors?
I'm so happy you asked me that question. Because one of the things that the Michigan Department of Education did was, as a result of the Michigan Council asking for a correlation, an opportunity to go do a deep dive to see how it matches Michigan standards. As a result of that, another item, something else happened, and they created a common, a blueprint for the MEP test that we currently give, and that blueprint is that the Michigan standards, the GLICs, as we call them, those that match directly with the Common Core, that's called the common content. That's what's currently being assessed on the MEP. Okay, and we started that last year across the state. So that's why I say, well, we're already starting to see some gains from the work that we've been doing.
And do you know, and I know this is a bit of an unfair question because you clearly are an expert on what's going on, not just with Common Core, but especially within your own community. Do you know if other schools, if this has been a statewide phenomenon, or are you not privy to those conversations?
I can only share what Michigan educators, as I indicated, the board of directors for the Michigan Council of Teachers of Mathematics consists of representatives from around the state, in which I do have a roster to share with you before I leave. And what they have shared, that we're pushing for the same kind of interaction to go on. All of us, we know that we have to begin with the end in mind. And so we're identifying, what does this look like? What's the evidence that this student has learned or mastered that particular standard? And so we're looking at ways to assess it. So we're assessing them online. And I also want to tell you, the online assessment for Detroit, we have 100 schools. It was challenging, okay? But we did it.
Now, my final question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, you had talked about the technology and the ability to use, whether it's a tablet, computers, whatever it might be, in educating our children. Do you have concerns with, I got two areas, one in particular with the lack of handwriting. When my children got their driver's license, I made them sign their name 100 times, and it was a shock to them. They weren't allowed to print it, and I told them they weren't. So one would be the handwriting component, which we know it's a very technological component within Common Core. And then the second is there have been studies about how technology can actually distract from a learning environment. So figuring out how to implement it in the classroom so that technology is an asset builder, not a distractor.
These are the technology children, you know, and so.
But there's studies on these kids that are saying, because I got to tell you, when my kids are in front of the computer, they're not listening to mom. If I want them to listen to mom, you look and face me in the eye. We're not looking at the computer. I mean, so I've got teenagers at home. They're very savvy, but I know they're not listening if they're on their phone, if they've got a computer. You got to look me in the eye, and I remind them there's two things that'll get you far in life. You really look somebody in the eye, and to be able to handwrite an application.
I am a mathematician, so I'm not going to address the handwriting component, but I will address the technology component. You're speaking to the fact that we have a classroom teacher who is in command of their classroom, and most certainly they use technology as one of the many tools to get across the subject. And so there are times in which, yes, even the little ones, they have to learn to focus and look in. You know, when they're real little, like kindergarten and first grade, they get a little bit more guidance and a little bit more one-on-one assistance so that we can make sure that they're trained properly and so that they can, follow through properly as well. So even the assessment items, they're all pictorial. They look a little bit different than the older children. And that makes sense because of the maturity level of the child. But most certainly technology, we should have it in all of our classrooms, and most certainly it's a part of teaching, learning, and assessment.
Thank you for your passion on this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Norton.
All right.
Next we'll have Professor William Wagner. Again, let me reiterate that pitted testimony there that was for 3 minutes went 20. We have 20 cards that people that want to speak. I'd like to get out of here by 2 o'clock. So with that,
thank you, Mr.
Professor
Chairman.
William Wagner.
Distinguished committee members, I have submitted written comments that I just request to be made part of the record, and that can make this 3-minute thing work very well for you. I want to use my limited time here to address some of the larger good governance and constitutional issues. Because you have experts that know all the details, but when you are making policy on such a grand scale, with such a huge change in the way we do things, I think it's good to pause for a moment and remember that we have to have, number one, constitutional authority to do that. And yes, you do. And so I've heard from time to time the suggestion that you do not, that it's in the school board's policy making. If you read and study the Michigan Constitution, it's very clear the ultimate authority rests to you. And to be sure, this legislature and prior legislatures have delegated much of that authority to some of these other bodies. But the power remains with you, and certainly you can limit or take back some of that power. And I understand the boat's kind of already left the dock on some of the larger, bigger issues of educational policy here. But I don't think you can hide behind a fig leaf and suggest that there's not constitutional authority in the legislative body over educational policy, because I'm sure if the Department of Education or if the state school board did something outrageous as implement Hitler's educational policy, y'all would be doing something about it very quickly and very effectively. The second thing I think that is important to remember when we are implementing policy of such a large magnitude is that there are constitutional limits on the exercise of government power. Now, I had the privilege of serving in all three branches of the federal government, including as a federal judge and legal counsel in the United States Senate, and as a senior lawyer with the Department of Justice. Each one of those branches and each one of those positions educate you in a different way, and you have different realms of authority. But no matter where it's coming from, whether it's coming from the executive branch in the State Department of Education, whether it's coming from the state board, or whether it's coming from legislation, all government action must remember that it's limited by constitutional liberty. And constitutional liberty that I would suggest an important one that's been recognized both in the state of Michigan and its Constitution and in your state laws and in the Supreme Court is a fundamental right and an unalienable right of a parent to control and direct the upbringing of a child, including with regard to educational choices. So in order to avoid real expensive lawsuits down the road, I'd suggest that somebody along the way look at every exercise of government power here to make sure that it's not interfering with Pa and Ma's right to make those educational choices. And with that, I'll just submit my written testimony.
Thank you. Any Representative Shore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the benefit of the members in the committee and the gentleman just testified, I want to read to you what the Constitution says. I think it's worthwhile to get that into the record. State Board of Education duties: leadership and general supervision over all public education, including adult education and instructional programs in state institutions, except as to institutions of higher education granting baccalaureate degrees, is vested in a State Board of Education. It shall serve as the general planning and coordinating body for all public education, including higher education, and shall advise the legislature as to the financial requirements in connection therewith. So I will hold to my previous statement that the discussion that we have here is whether or not this is going to be funded. The decision, as was indicated by our president of our state school board of education, to adopt these standards and move forward, is their decision whether we agree with it or not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I respond? I think he's correct in the sense I'm not suggesting that the school board acted without authority. They have authority, but it's coming from the legislature more than it is the Constitution, because their authority under the Constitution is more executive in function in the sense that it is leadership and general supervision over all publication. It's vested in the State Board of Education. That does not give them necessarily the ultimate authority with regard to policy. That rests with this organization, and I think you made very, very clear that that all the constitutional provisions make it clear that the funding, the appropriations power still rests with the legislature. That gives this legislature, who is politically accountable to the people as well, a way of saying what they feel about this policy. Other questions?
Representative McMillan?
Yeah, just to back you up, Professor Wagner, I mean, I find it, amazing that somebody's suggesting that we have to fund anything that another body does. And so that's one of the problems with this, is that SBAC
all the money that has to be dumped into technology, either at the locals or at the state level, we've already been putting a ton of money. To suggest that they didn't ask us whether that this appropriation was good or not, I know Representative Rogers, or Chairman of Appropriations Rogers, has had some concerns in the past, and we've dealt with that in the budget. So to suggest they could do whatever they want and we have to fund it is just ridiculous. We obviously are also currently debating whether there should be flexibility in Algebra 2. We passed legislation about what kind of subjects have to be taken in order to graduate. I mean, I know some people don't want to be held accountable and would prefer that they push that off, but quite frankly, we do have accountability. And we certainly don't want to fund things. We do it all the time in the budget. It's called boilerplate. And that's what was done here, is that if you don't like something, you say, here's the money you can spend, don't spend it here. The legislature says that you can't. And so it's done all the time. It befuddles me that somebody doesn't want to actually step up and do what their job is.
That goes to the answer of the first speaker's question, where he said, I can't understand how he goes from state to state, and he's befuddled that there's all this uproar and that we fill rooms with this. Well, the answer to that question is because where there is lack of transparency, the citizen reacts. And in the state school board, I know because by law they probably had to have some notice of a hearing. But if the notice of the hearing isn't real notice of the hearing, in the sense that it goes beyond the legal notice and provides the political notice to the people that are most vested in the issue, there's going to be a reaction. I'm going to guess that most members of the state legislature didn't know that those hearings took place when this was passed. I would also guess, and again, I'm not an expert on this, but I would also guess that most members of the state legislature weren't even made aware when they had an opportunity to say something, to provide advice themselves. And when lack of transparency occurs, the citizenry, well, you see the room. It usually reacts.
Thank you for your testimony. Kent Hansen. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is the red light on?
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to present today in support of the Common Core standards in West Ottawa Public Schools in Holland, Michigan. I've been an educator for 29 years in the state of Michigan, 19 as a teacher, 8 as a high school principal, and the last 2 I've been in instruction and assessment within the district at the district level. West Ottawa is a large West Ottawa school district that has been working on implementation of the Common Core framework to help us build our own local curriculum in English language arts and math since 2010. Our teachers have been involved in this adoption and implementation process in our district by producing curriculum documents and pacing guides from the former standards to the new Common Core in ELA, in math, from kindergarten through 12th grade. They have and continue to attend numerous professional development opportunities within our county and state regarding the understanding of these standards and aligning best instructional practice. In fact, this summer, 40 teachers volunteered to attend a Mesa Writing Conference in Lansing, which will precede our implementation of these Common Core state standard aligned units into our course of study. In addition to the implementation of the math and English language arts standards, we have implemented the use of the Common Core literacy standards for social studies and science into all of our other classes, including physical wellness, music, technology, and industrial arts. So for students in West Ottawa Public Schools, they are exposed to the Common Core state standards and literacy in almost every class from grades K through 12. A few years ago, as the high school principal, I took our teachers out into some of our local industries. They boarded buses and had an opportunity to talk to local plant leaders. What we heard loud and clear was that the need for our employers were employees that were problem solvers, critical thinkers, good communicators. As one plant manager said, I need someone who knows what to do when they don't know what to do. Perhaps you have heard of some of these industries: Gentex, Herman Miller, JR Automation, JB Labs, Pfizer, Edgemon, and ITW draw form. This is where we find the strength and local connection to the Common Core is a framework for us to build our curriculum, provide our students with the knowledge and skills necessary to become career and college ready, especially in those manufacturing, health, and STEM-related careers that are so important to our West Michigan economy. Within using the Common Core State Standard Framework, our district has had the flexibility to select which materials, resources, and instructional practices that we will use to instruct our students, using this framework that sets high and measurable expectations. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I hope you'll support the Common Core.
Thank you. Delia DeCory. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I almost said good morning. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for this opportunity to testify about the Common Core. My name is Delia DeCourcy, and I am a literacy consultant for Oakland Schools, which is an ISD that serves 28 districts in Oakland County. In this role, I design professional development opportunities for English teachers and support schools in the effective teaching and assessment of reading and writing. Previously, I taught middle school and high school English for 9 years, and just prior to becoming a literacy consultant, I taught first-year writing at the University of Michigan and acted as a consultant in the university's writing center. So I conferenced with undergraduates about their papers for courses across all the disciplines. During my 4 years at U of M, I read hundreds of essays by college students, and I and my writing center colleagues noticed a very worrisome trend. A significant number of first-year students really struggle to think critically about texts and to articulate strong arguments in well-written prose. Not only was I surprised by my students' lack of preparation for college-level work, but so were my students. Many of them had taken honors English in high school and gotten A's, seemingly indicating that they were ready for the challenges of college writing, but they weren't. And I assumed that this same scenario was playing out at institutions of higher education across the state, which was troubling. In 2010, during my third year teaching at the University of Michigan, I was approached by Oakland Schools to write Common Core aligned curriculum for the Michigan Association of Intermediate School Administrators, Common Core Initiative. The MESA English Language Arts units, which Mr. Hansen referenced in his testimony, would be free to all schools in Michigan and be aligned across grades K-12 to ensure students' skills development as they progress through the grades. Given my concerns about student writing preparation in Michigan, I was extremely interested in this opportunity, and I spent the summer studying the Common Core standards and was very impressed with the skill progression from grades K-12 and the focus on argument, expository writing, and research of the literacy standards. I became excited about the standards' potential to improve students' reading, writing, thinking, and speaking skills. And this belief was bolstered by the fact that the National Council for the Teachers of English had provided thorough feedback on each of the 3 drafts of the Common Core, which directly affected the document's final evolution, language, and clarity. The further I got into writing 9 curricular units for the MESA Common Core Initiative, the more I believed in the quality of the standards and what they could do for student learning. And as 350 teachers across Oakland County piloted more than 100 MESA Common Core aligned units over the past 2 years, we witnessed that potential. Trends that piloting teachers reported included a shift to a student-centered classroom, resulting in deeper student engagement with texts and writing, student excitement about reading and writing, students producing more complex texts, because in these units, they have to dig deep and they have to think hard.
Can you wrap up, please?
Absolutely. And also teachers' better understanding of the new standards compared to the previous standards, the GLICs, which they found confusing and provided little structure for curricular progression. In closing, I would just like to note that we have already adopted these solid college and career-ready standards, and educators thought that that step was well behind them, and we have begun professional development in earnest over the last 2 years. My question is, why stop this work in midstream when it is hugely benefiting students and reinvigorating teachers about their profession? So I would ask that you support the continued funding of the implementation.
Thank you. Representative O'Brien.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm one of those odd ducks who love the whole process of learning about writing, including how to diagram a sentence, spelling tests, and all the such. One of my concerns is seeing how the education system has changed. I see it with my kids as they've gone through K-12, and then I see it as I've hired people who come out of college. And some of my concerns, and I'll limit those, have been specifically in spelling, grammar, and being able to get to the point consistently without starting every sentence with the word I. So can you talk to me about how Common Core can bring back some of these principles, or is bringing back, or is it not bringing back? Because these are principles I have been taught, but my children haven't necessarily been taught because there's been a focus on something else. And it seems like in elementary school, they say, don't worry about spelling. Right now, we just want them to get close to the word. And then in middle school, they get marked down for misspelling. We say, don't worry about grammar because we're working on it. Well, then in high school, they're still struggling with spelling and bad grammar. And it's, and so it's a struggle. We want our kids to blossom and not get down, but I feel there's been some fundamentals that maybe have been lost along the way.
Well, actually, the issues that you're speaking of are addressed in the Common Core language standards. So the literacy standards for ELA are broken into 4 areas: writing, reading, language, and speaking and listening. Speaking and listening are together. And so those issues, the grammar issues and spelling issues you're talking about, are addressed directly in the language standards.
Oh, they're in the language. Okay, because I had been perusing through the writing, and so thank you for pointing that out, because that is a bit of a confusion where one may logically think something might be, it might actually be something else. So thank you for pointing that out.
Well, people tend to focus on the reading and writing standards, but also within the literacy standards, there are those 2 other areas, language and then speaking and listening, which prioritizes discussion, being able to build on points and respond to people who are asking you questions.
Oh, that definitely helps as I'm just perusing this really quickly. And so thank you for pointing that out to me, because I was struggling trying to find where it was.
Thank you. Representative McMillan.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I guess regarding the piloting of SBAC, there's been quite a bit of piloting, you're saying, in Oakland County?
Well, no, actually, I'm talking about Common Core aligned curricular units. These are very separate from SBAC, and I make a very clear distinction between the standards and the assessment of those standards. And what I believe we're talking about is the funding of the implementation of the standards.
Both, and SBAC, both are on board.
Okay. Well, there has been piloting of SBAC in Oakland County, yes.
Okay, and because that's, as Dr. Schmidt said in the MEA article, 75% of teachers who think they're teaching the Common Core aligned, standards are not. And that'll come to light when the tests come in, and then there'll be crisis, there'll be a lot of bad scores, and then everybody will say, well, it's because you're not using the right textbooks, and then that great variety that we think we have will be very narrowed, and they're going to say, here are the 4 textbooks, or here are the 3, and it's going to be a decision because we all want to make sure that we're teaching, correctly what's going to be on the test. But I was hoping to get some ideas about how...
Can I just respond to that, actually, because what you've mentioned the textbooks numerous times, and I would just like to point out that the MESA curricular units that were developed do not use textbooks, and the assumption that a textbook can tell a teacher exactly how they need to implement the standards, I think is not a good assumption. Good teaching is not based on a textbook, but a clear understanding of the standards and how they should be implemented.
Yep.
The textbook will not just give you that solution.
In the MEA article where Dr. Schmidt said 75% of teachers who think they're teaching the Common Core are not, that didn't have anything to do with textbooks. He just said that those who think they are not. But my question is on the piloting of some of this. I don't know how widespread. Were there textual answers? Because this is something that is new. I mean, we have a MEEP where you fill in the bubbles and you either get the question right or you don't, and a computer doesn't have to decide how to break down a sentence and whether the sentence is right. Also, kids around the nation that are taking these, we're hearing that some don't have keystroke abilities very good, so kids are missing questions, but it's because they don't know how to type. They're getting them wrong, the answer's wrong on textual questions. So I was wondering, have you seen issues with the textual question and answer and grading in these pilot exams?
So 2 things. The MEEP does have a writing portion that is scored.
Okay.
Okay.
By computer?
I'll be honest, I don't know the
Yeah,
answer to
because the
that.
SBAC is computer. I mean, that's the big problem.
Well, I know that some of the SBAC items will be scored by humans because of their complexity. The text answers, text-based answers. To address your other question, sure, there's a learning curve for students in terms of how they need to handle the technology, and there's a little bit of training that will need to go on with students as they prepare to take these tests. But once they're aware of what button does what, they're good to go. And as the person who testified from the Detroit Public Schools about math, these students they're tech natives. This is how they're used to developing pieces of writing using a computer. So often it is more comfortable for them to do that than to write by hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
Valerie Mills. Three minutes.
On my mark. So the first thing to say is thank you for having us, Representative Kelly and committee. My name is, Representative Kelly mentioned, is Valerie Mills. I'm a mathematics education consultant, excuse me, at Oakland Schools, where I support the work of 20,000 teachers and about 250,000 students. I'm also the president of the National Council of Supervisors of Mathematics. In that role, I work with other leaders like myself around the country. Both of these roles have required me to develop a deep working understanding of the Common Core and the implications that they have for teachers and students and schools across the state of Michigan and, of course, across the country. I want to begin, however, by first acknowledging how challenging it must be for you as a panel to listen to so many contradictory points of view. It's clear that you are working really hard to make sense of these issues. I was impressed with even the notice that you have obviously developed between understanding curriculum versus standards and what that means. I'm going to try to ground my comments in some examples that I think can help you think for yourselves about what these standards might do for students here in Michigan. So you have, I hope, in front of you a one-pager, right? And also my testimony. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was what I see as the strengths of the new standards. So as a member of Michigan's mathematics education community for 37 years, with 20 years in the classroom, I've seen the introduction of no fewer than 4 sets of standards, including the very first set of standards, which was optional. None of these standards were piloted. Each of them had a new assessment. And critically, none of them came with operating manuals for teachers or for schools. So what do I see as the difference in this newest set? And how might these standards impact instruction? Frankly, I think the quickest and surest way to examine the differences in the new set of standards is to look at the test that measures the standards. And you heard Chester Finn speak to this along with others, I think, earlier today. So toward that end, I've selected a couple of assessment tasks that I think will provide you with some insight into the differences that will flow from the implementation of these standards. So let's look together at the one-pager that you've got. Let's I think we'll just look at one to try to respect the time frame that we have here. You'll see on the top a MEEP item that was a released item from a 5th grade assessment. A factory has 8,292 boxes, were placed in 4 containers. If the same number of boxes were put in each container, how many boxes in one container? Straightforward, one step, one standard task. Here's a comparable task, or at least comparable at some level, on what we will see in this new Smarter Balanced assessment. So at Maria's school, 6 classes are going on a field trip. Each class has 26 students, 1 teacher. Each bus holds a maximum of 28 people. The school requests 3 buses for the field trip. And then over on the right, you see an argument that Maria is going to make. First, she says 3 buses are not enough. Then she argues that 3 buses will hold a maximum of 144 people. And then she says the class needs space for 156, and the school needs to order 1 more bus. The question for students here is to, first of all, assess Maria's argument and notice that she has incorrect or inaccurate calculations. And then drag numbers from the palette into the boxes to create a number that will correctly answer the question. So I've selected the one for you. Yep, absolutely. I think you can see that tasks like these will offer students an extraordinarily different kind of experience. Once implemented, I believe it will translate for students into instruction and assessment that includes tasks with greater complexity and application, relevance, and generally set a higher standard. This year, 32.5% of Michigan's 8th grade students were deemed proficient on the Michigan Education Assessment Program, approximately the same number on the NAEP assessment. I believe that these standards can and will significantly prompt growth in the achievement here in Michigan.
Thank you, Val. Any questions? Representative O'Brien?
The math one you gave, I am so confused on it.
Okay.
Because you have answers for 2, and I don't understand how one of them isn't an option and the other one. So you say create.
So you're looking, I think, at
Question 8.
Okay, great, good. Okay, we're there.
And it says the answer is classes need space for 156 people, which is wrong.
Correct, good.
So then what's this thing at the bottom?
So then what they're asking you to do is to say, what about that statement is incorrect?
Well, why would you pick an incorrect statement?
That's a really good question.
I mean, I'm really good at math and I'm really confused.
You bet. So one of the things about mathematics that is critically important and critically missing right now in our curriculum is the ability to listen to other people's reasoning, to make sense of that, and to analyze it critically. What this task is attempting to do is just that. So instead of only items that ask students to make an argument for a particular position or to answer a particular problem, they also are attempting to ask students to make sense of other people's reasoning.
But Maria never said there was 156 people. That's where I'm confused. It says it says the classes need space for 156 people. There's 162. The answer is assuming that Maria didn't count teachers, but Maria never says she needs 156 people. That's where I'm really confused. And I took classes like this in college where it says pick the most correct answer, and I never did well on those. But I'm just, and I don't want to delay this, Mr. Chairman, but that's a really bad question. I'd rather have E put in the correct number if it's not stated above, because I don't think any of this reflects Maria's argument. Unless I'm missing Maria's argument.
Yeah, A, B, C, D is Maria's argument there. Carefully read, at the very top there, carefully read Maria's argument. And
well, I thought it referred to the text that was in there. I didn't know A, B, C, and D were her argument.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm still very confused and worried about how I'm going to help my children. I think I'll just end it there.
I think what you're noticing is that the complexity of these tasks is significantly greater than the task that simply precedes this one.
Well, and
that is actually a really important thing to notice. It is, in fact, the piece that teachers are and have been working to grapple with for the last couple of years. And it is, I think, the direction that we need to be moving. Earlier, Chester Finn asked if we were happy with our current achievement. And the answer, I think, from all of us is no, we are not comfortable with that level of achievement. One of the ways that we will move thinking forward is to pose more complicated kinds of questions and situations for students to make sense of. And that will have to happen initially in classrooms with instruction on a day-to-day basis.
And that will only work for some people. Every kid is different. And I'll tell you, I have 3 brothers. I'm the only one who was the college-bound track. I was the honors classes, all A's, all that stuff. That's all wonderful. 2 of them out-earned me, and I worked 2 jobs.
Wow.
They blossomed late. And so sometimes when we try to overthink a process, it can really cause a child to think they're dumb. And, you know, if I can manage to blow this here in a public hearing, I can only imagine what a kid's going to do on a test when they're under a lot of stress. That's one of my faults with the MEEP. It's not in and of itself the MEEP, it's how it's done, the time intensity. It makes kids feel badly about themselves. The ACT doesn't do that. And I just get concerned that sometimes we make education a little bit more complicated than it needs to be. And sometimes there are yes and no answers. And I've had more math than my husband has ever had. And he does complicated government calculations for a major pharmaceutical and excels. And so, you know,
Terrific.
It's, you know, and so I'm just worried that something like this, I'm just going to go, huh? But thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Valerie. Heather Perez.
Good afternoon. I'm Heather Perez. I am here as a community member, as a parent. I am also a substitute teacher and have been doing that for the past 7 years. I'm here to share my experience working with a group of 6th grade students when they piloted the Smarter Balance testing in Lenawee County. I should go on record by saying I'm not an educator by profession. I actually have a master's degree in organizational management, although a lot of my focus in graduate school was education. The day that I came into the classroom, I should give you a little demographic background about our area. We live in a rural community. The classroom that I was substitute teaching in had a high number of special needs students, a lot with emotional impairments, 2 of which had their own aide that follows them around all day because they are a harm to themselves and others, and they have trouble to stay on track. So we enter a computer lab, with the intention of taking this great test, the new Smarter Balance test. The kids were really excited about it. Within the first 20 minutes, the test is set up that you can't move forward without answering the question, and then you get to the next question. Many of the students, that was an immediate frustration for them. There was a few little minor technology glitches, but the frustration level started to come in the fact that they couldn't move forward and they didn't know what to do. The one student who has his own aide typed probably 500 X's, and when he was redirected by his aide, he had a physical outburst and had to be physically removed from the classroom. About 10 minutes later, the other student followed him with his aide. I spent the remainder of the time going from computer to computer, just kind of reading questions over the children's shoulders and gauging kind of where they were at with their frustration level. The low-functioning kids just checked out. They stopped doing the test. They entirely checked out of being engaged at all. What I would consider the kids that are average, middle of the road, they muddled through, but at a certain point were raising their hands up in the air, slamming their heads down. I don't understand. Can I just write? I don't know. Can I just write that? And they were very frustrated, physically agitated. And then I get to the higher level kids, ones that I've graded their papers. I've never seen them even miss a question. They too were very frustrated and asking for my direction. And I'm a little embarrassed to admit this. I did mention I have a graduate degree, but I had to read the last question 3 times to understand what they were trying to ask of the student, just to give them a little bit of direction. And, after leaving there, I felt disheartened and very concerned for these kids. I got in the car with my son, who scored very well on the MEEP test, and I said, well, what do you think of the test today? Because he piloted it in a different room. And he said, well, it was okay. That last question was kind of tough. They asked about the Homestead Act, and they wanted me to write a story. So I wrote a story about a pregnant woman and her husband. And he goes into this elaborate story, much like the story from the Bible, Joseph and Mary. And I said, well, that's great, bud, but that's not what they wanted you to do. And I tried to explain what they wanted him to do, and he just looked at me like I didn't have a clue. I didn't know what I was talking about. So I just felt it was very important that I come here today and share that. I've personally seen, I've worked in many different districts throughout our county. These kids, you can't, it doesn't matter what type of assessment tool you use or what kind of standards you set, you can't get here from here. And we've hit on a lot of the issues that I think are the core problems that we're facing in education, parent involvement being a huge piece. We have a breakdown of society. Some of these parents just feel it's the teacher's responsibility and that they need to be able to help their kids, and they check out. We've got students that don't come in with the foundation they need to even be successful. They don't have the core basic skills that they have or any kind of support at home. And we have teachers, very passionate teachers, what I would consider the best and brightest out there, so disheartened that they're losing their passion.
Thank
They're
you,
losing,
Heather.
okay, sorry.
Representative McMillan?
Wow, thank you for your testimony. This is really enlightening to me. These tests are going to be probably 50% of a teacher's evaluation.
Yes.
And what you're telling me, and I guess I should have understood it, but for a child to continue on a test, he or she has to mark an answer he knows is wrong. And I can see that there are some, we used to just skip a question you don't know.
Go back
you
to
skip
it if you have
go
time.
back.
Mm-hmm.
And some might say, oh, they'll get used to this idea, but I would imagine that there are kids who say, I'm not going to put the wrong answer in order to keep moving.
Ones with cognitive and emotional impairments aren't capable of doing that. They can't reason it out. That you just put something in there.
And every kid is different. So I mean, a child might be very, cognitively, bright, and but still have problems in certain areas of this. So
Yes.
I guess and our kids are going to be guinea pigs on these tests. I mean, we are seeing the huge discontent in New York over something, I don't believe it's SBAC, but something that they said to prepare for SBAC, and all of them getting it wrong, kids who were doing well. But this experimenting on these tests, and I think is quite alarming. And it seems to me that at the very least we should defer a year, and let's see what other states or the problems they're going to have when this is implemented. So I really appreciate. I hope that that others that aren't here will be able to see your testimony, because it's really valuable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Shore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have the parental issues I do continue to have. Is there, as you have these comments, which I appreciate you coming and sharing with us today, is there a mechanism for you to share, you or other teachers or administrators, to share this with the Department of Education to ensure that they are getting the proper feedback from the piloting that you have done? Clearly there has been piloting. And is there a mechanism, you're sharing with us this with us now, and I appreciate that, but we need to make sure that the department, who has the to, the Common Core and all the people who are developing the tests, that they have that. Does that information get shared with them? Do you get frustrated and call them and say, hey, this isn't working?
Well, that's what I did, and that's why I'm here. Right. Not with the Department of Education, but with Senator Caswell. I have a rapport with him, and I just wanted to share that concern that I had, and he asked for me to come here. To my knowledge, there is not a system in place. In fact, I asked a lot of the teachers, even with some of the technology glitches, what is your ability to give feedback on this? Will you even get the results of this testing? And there didn't seem to be any knowledge, at least at that level, as to whether or not they had any input into what would happen in the future.
I can tell you there are representatives of the Department of Education here. They're hearing this testimony. They're still here. So I'm hopeful that, at the very least, there becomes a feedback mechanism for you and other teachers and administrators to provide that feedback moving forward.
That would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative O'Brien?
Yes, what you were just saying, so your students took the test, the pilot test, and you didn't see any of the results?
No. Our district, to my knowledge, has not seen any of the results.
Okay, because that would be concerning, because I would think as a teacher, if you think you're on the right path and your kids take a test, you would like some affirmation that you're on the right path, or something that says we kind of veered off so you can get back on path. And one of the things that you said in conclusion about the societal breakdown and a lack of parental involvement, I couldn't agree more. And the issues are much more than what we can go in today. And I'm really heart-warmed by the interest, whether you're for or against Common Core. These rooms have been packed. My fear is when we start punting decisions to something that we don't see, which we see our teachers, I see them, I see the principal, I see the school board. I worry then that tells parents, even ones who may have the resources to help, you know, none of these decisions, I can't impact them, and it could unintentionally be a reason to not be as involved in your school as what you should be. And I think there's a lot of us who should be more involved, but it's a struggle to know where we're wanted, where we're needed, a fear of being called a helicopter parent just because you have a question. And so there's a lot of fears, and I think the teachers unfortunately pay the price with then feeling like they're alone in a classroom.
Yeah, we had open house yesterday, and some of these teachers had through the summer to kind of develop some of their own curriculum for this, new core standards, and they felt very lost. They were coming together as groups, at people's swimming pools, trying to come up with some way to get the kids where they need to be, and they're committed to wanting to help these kids. I feel like there's a lot of frustration. A lot of the frustration is just lack of knowing what's going on. We haven't gotten a lot of buy-in from the educators. It seems like it's a top-down approach that's going to fall on the shoulders of these poor teachers who are doing their best and ultimately going to pay the price when these kids don't measure up.
Well, and I think your fear, unfortunately, is well-founded, because an earlier speaker said the success lies at the teacher's implementation. There's an assumption there is absolutely nothing wrong with Common Core. And I'm not saying there is or isn't. It's just to be able to make that statement and say the success depends on teacher implementation. It's saying the product is perfect, and if the kids don't succeed, it's nobody's fault but the teachers. And I can't accept that, because there's so many things that impact a classroom, and I know teachers, just because of many policies, funding cuts over the last decade, have already dealt with so many stresses, and then having to deal with this and feel there's another burden on your shoulders. And there's a lot of people who say to me in passing, why even get involved anymore in the schools? And I see it, especially as your kids get older. It's a lot harder to be an involved parent in middle school, high school. And the education community isn't intending to get people away. It's just, I think you're trying to do the best you can, that some of the parents are sitting on the sidelines who shouldn't be, but they don't know how to get involved. And then you got parents who they're very intimidated by the school process because they know they lack in something. And so you can't even begin to address those issues.
No, and we have a large number. I mean, we have one of the highest numbers of free and reduced lunches in our community, and we have a large number of parents that are just focused on basic needs. They're happy when the kids are at school.
Well, thank you so much for your passion and for taking your time to do this. I'm confident we can muddle through if everybody who's been coming to these testimonies and testifying can take that energy back to their community. I'm sure we can get Michigan to excel even higher, no matter what the form is. Just like you, I don't want it to be at the expense of our kids. Having my oldest brother figure out at 40 that he actually was smart because school was such a struggle for him, that was painful to be able to witness how smart he was, but he never believed it, only because of negative experiences in school that wasn't the fault of anybody, just he internalized it. And I don't want that for our kids.
My daughter's in the same boat. Kids learn differently. She's an auditory learner. We don't help these kids. We don't put rhymes and rhythms together. She's brilliant, but school is failing her.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Mayer and Troy Vanderlyn. Welcome.
Hi. Mr. Chair, members. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you. I'm Kyle. This is Troy. I'm a lifelong Michigander, born and raised in Bronson, Michigan, Branch County. I'm a graduate of Michigan State University and Western Michigan University, where I received a PhD in educational leadership. I have been a teacher, a school principal, a school superintendent, and I currently serve as Assistant Superintendent at the Ottawa Area Intermediate School District in Holland, Michigan, which supports 11 public school districts and approximately 50,000 students. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Instruction. I have attended all of the House subcommittee meetings on this subject, and I just want to share an opinion that I think a lot of the time the arguments presented by the experts on both sides of this issue tend to be far too black and white. We have Camp A, which argues that the Common Core state standards are an instrument of the federal government, a step towards federal takeover of education in Michigan, and the loss of local control of public education as we know it. Alternatively, Camp B argues that the Common Core state standards are a great step towards solving all of our nation's educational shortcomings. If we move forward with these rigorous standards, then success will follow. From my viewpoint, the Common Core state standards offer some exciting possibilities along with some potential pitfalls. First, the exciting possibilities. On the whole, the Common Core state standards are the best standards we've ever seen. I get the chance to speak with math experts and English language arts experts on a daily basis, in addition to classroom teachers. And they almost all concur that the Common Core state standards ask our kids to apply knowledge at a deeper level than did our previous state standards, and in a way that our colleges and businesses demand. Secondly, exciting possibility is the Common Core will provide efficiencies of scale across our great nation. Because of the singular target that the Common Core provide, textbooks, online web-based classroom providers, all instructional resources will be nationwide, highly competitive. Michigan kids stand to benefit from that environment. At the same time, the Common Core are also a concern for our state, and here's why I think they are a concern. With standards come assessments. Assessments in and of themselves are a good thing. They're a tool to help us measure what has been learned and not learned. What is not so good, in my opinion, is the ever-increasing emphasis and pressure placed upon schools and teachers to perform well on standardized tests. I worry that the weight and the importance placed upon these tests at the expense of other subject areas is a trend that could be perpetuated as we implement the Common Core and smarter balance. And so, what I want to say to you today is I'm someone who has thought critically about this difficult decision. I acknowledge that there are intelligent people on both sides of this issue who I admire and respect, but we can't be neutral. And so this is how I've resolved what I think about the Common Core. I've applied what I consider to be my ultimate filter, and that filter cancels out all the noise. For me, that filter is my two young school-aged children. My daughter Sarah is 8, my son Ryan is 5. He's entering pre-kindergarten for the first time next week. And I ask myself, what do I really believe is best for Sarah and Ryan? Because the direction we take as a state on this issue will directly impact my kids for the rest of their lives. I've decided that I want Sarah and Ryan to have the benefit of the most rigorous standards available. I want them to be challenged to the highest degree. I want my kids to be assured that their public education in Michigan will be competitive and they'll have equal opportunity for success with the 40-plus other states who have adopted. I'll fast forward. With no perfect solution available to us, let's take the best option on the table. Let's move forward with the Common Core. Let's carefully monitor their implementation. Let's listen to what teachers have to say about them as they're implemented. Let's adjust as necessary. Let's use the test scores to inform teaching, not punish teachers, and let's make sure that we have the right balance in what is considered important in our schools. The Common Core state standards are good for my kids and they're good for yours. Let's just make sure that our implementation of those standards is also good for kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate that. And Mr. Chairman and committee, thank you so much for your service to our state. Really do appreciate that. And thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm going to try to make this as fast as possible, and hopefully you have some questions for me when I'm done. Taking a look at Common Core a couple years ago, I, along with 3 other teachers, took a look at Common Core, and we measured them up with the current GLICs. The GLICs stand for Grade Level Contact Expectations. And we compared the two, and we said, well, there are some similarities that we have going on, actually more similar than what we thought. But we took a look at the rigor and the intensity of the Common Core, and we said, okay, this is going to be challenging for our kids right now. We have to develop a way to teach them the relevance that's found in the Common Core. And there's something that we really have to pay attention to. knowledge to application approach is what's needed today to get our kids ready to be productive citizens and support our local state in our nation. The beautiful thing about Common Core state standards is that they focus much more on relevant application of skills for my kids than just the content. Content is very important, believe me, it really is. But if you would all look at your past, was it the content that got you to where you are today, or was it the application of the skills you learned? And the great thing about the ability we have in Kentwood is we took a pilot program 3 years ago, and we created a new school within a school in our freshman campus. That's where I teach U.S. history, economics, and civics in the freshman campus. And we developed a school within a school of 120 kids that developed teaching using our current curriculum, using the GLICs, but enhanced by the Common Core state standards. So that way, when they're getting the content and the knowledge, we are also teaching them how to apply it to real-world applications. And that's where the Common Core comes in very strong. The great thing about this, and I'll wrap this up now, is at the end of the school year, we have the same 120 kids all year. They have to volunteer within the community of Kentwood or Grand Rapids. And they must volunteer 20 hours of community service. And they're graded by the employer or by the leader of that organization. And the rubric that those employers use correlate with the relevant application of skills. And that is the core, the foundation of the Common Core state standards. And that's why I stress very importantly that we need to fund Common Core state standards. If we don't fund it, our kids and our teachers will struggle with providing our kids exactly what they need to continue keeping America and hopefully improving America's image across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Don't see any. Next, Jeff Phillips. Oh, welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm a trustee on the Kingston Board of Education. I come today to make some statements in defense of our district vision. As Kingston Cardinals, we believe in developing creative minds, building leaders, fostering a love for community, and striving for excellence. On the surface, it is immediately an issue. How can we strive for excellence while pursuing a common standard? Standards and commonness and excellence are two different things. We believe that I believe that our four-component vision achieves both the primary and secondary purpose of education. I am deeply concerned that the mission statement of the Common Core only achieves the secondary purpose. It is no coincidence that our original township primary schools taught through the 8th grade because our Constitution was written at an 8th grade reading level. Thomas Jefferson wrote in a letter to George Washington in 1786, it is an axiom in my mind that our liberty can never be safe but in the hands of the people themselves, and that too, the people with a certain degree of instruction. As we transfer the decisions of what our objectives are from the local families to the politicians and the aristocrats, we lose participation in the process, such that we lose self-governance. We erode it in degrees. Primary education is rooted in the principal purpose of sustaining liberty throughout the generations and sustaining the Constitution throughout the generations. We added an emphasis on secondary education largely in conjunction with the Industrial Revolution. Secondary education holds a purpose in sustaining that we will be able to be independent and self-sufficient given current cultural and economic trends. We need to fulfill both the primary and the secondary purpose, not just focus on the secondary. I also offer to you the challenge of defining what this mission of the Common Core actually is. It says that it will achieve success in a global economy, But everyone who articulates goals towards that end fail to define their terms. What is success in a global economy? I've asked many in my community what this means, and what can we measure statistically to tell us whether we're achieving that goal or not. In my community, many of my parents' generation worked in the auto workers' union jobs and in our agriculture. Those union jobs are no longer here. They have been offshored. Our economy is struggling locally. If we continue to focus only on the global economy, we will continue the current trend of our kids graduating and moving away to the point where we literally are bulldozing houses. We literally are losing bus stops. I have farmers in my community that are in their 70s. They are unable to find young people willing to fulfill the agricultural role. If we're not able to teach and inspire our kids in the concerns that we have taught for generations of agriculture, then we're losing our local economy and we're losing our food supply to large corporations that have no interest in making sure that it is of high quality and safe to eat.
Jeff, can you wrap up?
I'd like to offer a solution. I'm going to have to submit a lot more written testimony, but the solution is rooted in peer review. This works really well at the university level, but when we try to do a top-down approach to address K through 12 at the state level through standards, we're not addressing the what we could be doing with peer review. We went from, in the year 1900, having 1 out of 20 adults in this country being a trustee on a board of education like myself. Now it is
Jeff, we need to wrap up, but I would have a question for you. Do you speak for your board? Do you speak for the board of Kingston?
I am not speaking on behalf of the board officially, but I will tell you that last night our board carried a motion to suspend paying some of the board the association dues that are such as MASA, which are lobbying in favor of Common Core. We are putting up the brakes on funding the lobbying efforts.
Right. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you. As you were just talking about peer review, I was reflecting on the Council of Educator Effectiveness, which has spent over 2 years discussing issues like teacher evaluations, student growth models, and that's where a lot of my concern lies initially when looking at Common Core, the lack of evidence that it's working and the worry of what the full-scale implementation is going to look like when it hasn't been rigorously piloted. So I appreciate your comments about how things should be analyzed when we're looking at policies about our kids. So thank you.
Yes, I do feel strongly that we need to have the ability to review not just the other districts surrounding us. We need to be able to review them at a student level. We now have them connected by 10 gigabit fiber optic connections. Why don't we have the students collaborating and working against in checking each other at an inter-district basis? My superintendent knew 5 years ago that Buena Vista Schools was on the road to failure. We have no system in our framework to allow that voice to be heard to solve that problem. But we have people in my community that were willing and desired to help those students. And we have technology that we've just now gotten that would make it possible. We need to allow us to have time to develop that. One of the things we're doing, we're talking about putting QR barcodes on our homework assignments so that the parents can scan that barcode and immediately go to a homework helper app with rich video interactive materials. We need to get it so that we can get these technology tools to be developed in our focus rather than our focus being placed on compliance with all of your nonsense.
Wow, that's some innovative thinking, a QR code. That's pretty awesome. So thank you so much for sharing the ideas of what you're doing.
Thank you. Joan Johnson. Welcome.
Thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for studying into this issue and all these hours you've spent. I am a teacher, public, private, homeschool, and a tutor. So I have a lot of experience. And also we have 4 grandchildren in China. So we travel to China about every year. We've been going there for about 14 years. And you must understand that many people think that Chinese have a better model for education, especially since the Chinese children seem to perform better on standardized tests, especially in math. You must understand that each Chinese child has 4 grandparents plus 2 parents expecting that they will honor the family and support them in their old age, since there's no Social Security. There's a lot of pressure on each child. We travel to China and see products cheaply made and wear out quickly, sudden holes in the road with no warning signs, even in the dark, plumbing and electrical work that has many problems and is unsightly. Workers don't do a good job because they don't care. Many of them are assigned to their jobs. Their goal, and the pictures everywhere, is to be like America. When my brother, the engineer who worked on the Dreamliner for Boeing, heard that Common Core won't be teaching geometry, he said there won't be any engineers anymore. Will the growing percentage of foreign students in American universities fill those jobs? Parents are being purposely left out. I looked up Common Core standards on our local school board website. It's locked. I asked the curriculum director, and she said to my face, it's so the parents can't see them. It's for the teachers. And Mr. Cohen from Achieve told you himself, Common Core standards were not designed with parents in mind. The Utah schools that have aligned books, I was looking at those online, and they're trying to have emotional words into first grade, second grade students. Writing, angry enough to do what you want, is quoted in their explanation. The assessment of each grade level measures growth and change in behavior and attitudes. I met a mother at a school board meeting. She had hired a tutor for her second grade student last year. She's going to be spending a lot of money through the rest of her education. Teachers have told me that the preparation for Common Core has been to change the words for things they have already been teaching. Why? How can parents know what's being studied? An alert 8th grader going into 9th grade told me, yes, we're required to do a math problem 3 ways, and they don't care about the answer. If he had not been taught to get answers, he won't be able to do algebra. I know how to teach reading. When I first started a 6th grade class, a large number of the students couldn't read. And I asked around, nobody knew what to do. So I got a master's degree from U of M, and I discovered that it's hard to stop children from reading. But the public schools are doing a good job of it, along with parental problems also. The way to teach reading, it's a function of the human brain that develops at maturation, 3 to 6 years of age. What succeeds is reading lots of quality books to children. The libraries have them. There are no taking part in boring stories, line by line, no dissecting sentence structure. Just read to a child, preferably in your lap, in a comfortable couch. The process can be helped with some casual phonics teaching and repeating their favorite books. When my grandchildren were here last year for 6 months, the 5-year-old granddaughter learned to read in English. They live in China. And everything she was reading, signs, everything, and writing dictation in English. The 3.5-year-old twins began to recognize words. The 18-month-old was picking out things on the pages. Kids need an introduction to a wide variety of subjects, not less. Not deeper, is boring and confusing. We didn't read books like How to Ride a Bike and History of Boats. We read good books about cars and princesses and moose and mice and our family favorite, Go Dogs Go. It teaches all the Dolch words.
You wrap up, please.
Okay, everyone, and I just want to say that computers, there are reports coming back from Korea that children are getting digital dementia from too much using of the digital materials, and I urge you to stop funding Common Core.
Thank you. Any questions?
Anyone have a question?
Next, John Clark, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in front of you, and I appreciate the opportunity to voice my concern about the Common Core, specifically the K-8 math standards. I'm a sole proprietor of a small business here in Michigan, and I work with schools directly. We provide a prescriptive methodology in helping teachers assist the individual needs of their students. In doing so, teachers and students witness gains in a relatively short time period. Alpha is a classroom management system that's worked with elementary, middle, high school, and alternative schools. Adult basic ed and juvenile detention centers utilize our services. These institutions have primarily used Alpha 2 as a tool in narrowing the achievement gaps within the student population. Besides remediation, the individualized approach can help students achieve mastery above grade level. Alpha had provided a basic math program to schools focusing on addition, subtraction, all the way up through fractions and percents. In 2009, a handful of Michigan teachers worked with Alpha 2 to develop content aligned 100% to the K-8 math standards. And by 2010, we rolled out this new math program. All 5 strands were addressed: number and operations, geometry, measurement, data probability, and algebra. I'm not aware of another company that can make that same claim. Teachers and proofreaders spent many hours in addressing each standard by each strand by each grade level, kindergarten through 8th grade. The content was adapted to our management system and incorporated diagnostics, classroom content for the students, and criterion mastery test. This allowed teachers to be well informed throughout the year, not solely relying on MEP feedback. So they knew where each student placed in the program and all the progress they made while being in the classroom. In 2010, the MDE came out with the crosswalk documents that provided alignment insight between the GLIC focal points and topics with the Common Core critical areas and domains. These documents provided my first detailed look at the Common Core math standards. I noticed that 1 or 2 Common Core standards could align to multiple content expectations. In some instances, multiple GLICs from multiple strands could align to one Common Core standard. And I provide an example there for you guys from the 4th grade crosswalks on page 7. Common Core proponents are correct when they say fewer topics are introduced. However, if one Common Core standard is to be mastered, there are multiple GLICs that need to be mastered. The Fordham Institute, although a Common Core proponent, provides insight to this managerial problem. Outlined in its own Michigan Mathematics 2010 State Review, right in the summary, it says Michigan standards are exceptionally clear and well presented. Standards are briefly stated and sometimes clarified with use of examples, making them easier to read and follow within Common Core. The organization of the Common Core is more difficult to navigate, in part because standards dealing with related topics sometimes appear separately rather than together, unquote. Dr. Schmidt stated that math should be provided in a logical, sequential fashion. He said math needs to be linear in format. The Michigan math standards, K-8, provide a very linear format, grade by grade, GLIC by GLIC. More importantly, GLICs are sequenced orderly. Students are able to build upon mastered standards within their grade level, allowing comfortable and realistic transition to new standards. I provided you with the K-8 math standards, highlighting where the GLICs and the Common Core standards align at the same grade level, where the Common Core standards are being pushed down in grade level in relation to our GLICs, where they're being pushed up in relation to our GLICs, and where there's contradictions. And then the black, where the GLICs are not addressed in the Common Core. My humble recommendation is to maintain our current state math standards. MDE documents, testimony from both Common Core opponents and proponents, the Chief 2000 review of our state standards, the Fordham review, all provide testimony that student success in Common Core is dependent on grade level content expectation mastery. Along with maintaining our math standards, I would propose a Michigan-led development of an application strand. This strand could provide critical thinking skills that incorporate current GLICs, similar to Common Core, but much easier to administer and manage. In closing, every day we hear and see the pure Michigan advertisements. The graphic descriptions pertaining to our resources, natural beauty, and uniqueness surely make Michigan citizens proud. I believe our math standards are exemplary and truly invoke a sense of pride, especially in knowing that they are created and refined by Michigan educators. I hope that as we move forward in providing Michigan students with a quality educational experience, we maintain a standard of purity within our math standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McMillan?
When I asked to ask a question, I wasn't sure if you were going to be able to wrap up. So what you're saying is we should keep control of our math standards. Fordham agrees with you that they're either equal to or better than the Common Core, and if there are changes needed, we can make those changes as opposed to going to some trade association, the NGA, and begging them to change them. So I appreciate your testimony.
Yep, Minnesota, they chose to maintain their math standards and adopt the Common Core ELA.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to conclude testimony for the day. I'll read in the names of people who wanted to speak. Deborah Burke, Corrine Robinson, Bob Morris, Deanne Pondell, Shane Trejo, Geraldine Devine, Chaton Berry, Sandra Kahn, Teresa Marchoffer, Dr. Norman Peterson, Tom McMillan, Mary Harston, Melanie Curtis, Karen Braun, and Jane Wilson. Those that wanted to or just submitted a card but did not wish to speak oppose the bill: Karen Cecil, Paula Suter, Carrie Krentz, Hope Edwards, Richard Wilson, Joan Kloppenstein, Laura Krentz, Russell Lapham, Connie Lapham, K.P. Pellerin, Rosemarie DeLoof, Joyce Heidemann, Dave Sipka, Karen McPag, Ron Koletz, Norman Sturchill, Chris Glass, Corrine Schneider. I think that we've had ample testimony over the course of 4 meetings, going close to 15 hours of testimony. Again, appreciate your concern and passion on both sides of this issue. Going forward, we'll have a draft of a recommendation in the coming days and probably meet one more time to vote on that recommendation. And with that, meeting adjourned.
I'm Sandra Kahn. I'm from Saginaw, Michigan. I am here speaking in representation to the Michigan Republican Women's Federation. That is a politically conservative-leaning grassroots organization with multiple chapters throughout the state of Michigan representing approximately 1,100 members. To abbreviate the testimony that I intended to give to the State House of Representatives, I will just select key paragraphs in my testimony. There has been much debate over Common Core test questions, suggested teaching approaches, and learning emphases. The result of these concerns has been that the response to these concerns has been that Common Core is just a test. It does not dictate lesson plans. It does not dictate books and teaching materials, and that flaws in the tests will be corrected over time. My testimony is to point out that the Common Core concept is not just a test. It is, in fact, a federally funded, administrative board ruled monopoly of the United States education system. If this is not so, why are we told that textbooks, ACT tests, SAT tests, etc., are already aligning with Common Core. Uniform testing to national standards by its nature will stifle classroom creativity, limit the scope of instruction, and limit parents' opportunity to seek out education alternatives for their children. Once implemented in the majority of our states, those few states refusing to sign on to Common Core will likewise be trapped inside the national standard systems. Therefore, the time to re-examine the structure and the intent of Common Core as it is presented to us is now. A couple of comments were made during the testimony today that I have intended briefly to speak to. One of our representatives, strangely, made the suggestion that people did not become interested or in opposition to Common Core until a year ago when a possibly politically unpopular figure supported it. And I would like to speak briefly to that because I found that very offensive, and because the reason Common Core came to my attention more than 2 years ago refutes that particular accusation. Where were the parents when Common Core was being put into the schools 3 years ago? I will tell you where they were. They were huddling in corners and whispering to each other and stopping over to my house to visit and chat, saying, I just looked at my child's textbook and I don't like it. Would you like to look at it and tell me what you think about it? Also, they were saying, different things are happening in my child's classroom this year. I'm confused about them, and I'm not very happy. They were also telling me that when they went to their school's principal to complain about what was going on in their classroom, they were told that that was part of what they were required to do to change education in their classroom. This is the first time I started getting interested in what is going on inside our public schools before I had heard the word Common Core. It was unsettling to me to find out that this was a, who's ever heard of it, national movement going on in our schools with no real information given to the parents who were experiencing it. So that is my explanation to the legislator who thinks that this is a political opposition. It is an awakening to why changes have been made in the student's classroom. That is one of the biggest concerns that I have. I have witnessed and watched parents pull their children out of public school systems precisely because implementation of Common Core as it is constructed and as the school's hands really or perceptively feel that they are tied and committed to these changes within the child's classroom has further complicated parents' input into public schools. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Harston, and I'm from the Tri-Cities area. I'm here as a mom, and I've done some searching into the history of Common Core and how it came about. I found some things that were quite interesting. They're not widely known, but yet I think they should be. January 25th, 1989, there was a publication, Education Week, that's written by Chester Finn. In that, he told business leaders in Washington that he favored development of a national curriculum. In 1991, he and his friend, Lamar Alexander, they convinced the president to go with a national standard because they were very familiar with the standards that had been implemented by Margaret Thatcher in England and Wales. At that time, they also published America 2000, an education strategy making this land all that it should be. In that, it states that the brand new American school would be open year-round, open from 6 to 6, and for children ages 3 months to 18 years. Around that same time, Chester Finn wrote a book, and this is an excerpt from that book. It's called We Must Take Charge, and it is available still online. Every student must meet a core learning standard or be penalized. Perhaps the best way to enforce this standard is to confer valuable benefits and privileges on people who meet it and to withhold them for those who do not. Work permits, good jobs, and college admission are the most obvious, but there is ample scope here for imagination on devising carrots and sticks. Driver's licenses could be deferred, so eligibility for professional athletic teams. The minimum wage paid to those who earn their certificates might be $1 an hour higher. Around that same time, the U.S. Department of Education published a white paper. In that, it suggested different disciplines for districts, the school districts themselves, that were not meeting their educational responsibilities. Of those suggestions was replacing district superintendents and local school boards with state-appointed officials. Today, Mr. Finn said that standards don't make a difference. They haven't been effective because they aren't built into the curriculum. What you do to implement is the texts, the curriculum, and teachers. Those are what make the difference. So, Mr. Finn, if standards don't make a difference, why should we adopt Common Core? We need to focus on what kids are learning, he says. And a little disturbing, he says we don't expect them to be carried out and that we'll get to the governance later. So, knowing that he wrote back here that the district superintendents and the local school boards will be replaced with state-appointed officials, and the students will be punished or penalized accordingly, are you comfortable trusting Mr. Finn and his opinion that Common Core is the way to go? He says that the 15% leeway that's written into the contract with the state of Michigan will not be enforced. Is he saying that because the agency has not yet been implemented? It's not been formed yet? Because remember, we'll get to the governance later. Thank you.
My name is Connie Robinson, and I come to Lansing today to testify about Common Core. I come as a concerned citizen, mother and grandmother. There are many things about Common Core that concern me, but today I will address data collection with the loss of student privacy. The following is from the article, Federal Government to Have Access to Your Child's Data via Common Core Assessments. The article was posted 2 days ago on Truth in American Education website. Much of the information in this article comes directly from the United States Department of Education website. The article states, quote, "The Common Core state standards are a set of standards identifying what students are expected to learn. The standards themselves do not require any data to be shared with anybody. However, the Race to the Top assessment program awarded grants to Park and Smarter Balance to develop assessments aligned to the Common Core standards. Both Park and Smarter Balance each have identical cooperative agreements with the U.S. Department of Education. And Consortia member states are bound by the terms of these agreements. It is established early in these agreements that the ED stands for U.S. Department of Education. Grantee refers to the grant recipient, either PARC or Smarter Balance. In these agreements, under recipient's responsibility, item 5 on page 3 says, comply with the department to develop a strategy to make student-level data that results from the assessment system available on an ongoing basis for research, including for prospective linking, validity, and program improvement studies, subject to applicable privacy laws. This establishes that the agreement is referring to student-level or individual data when it mentions data. The document says nothing about aggregate data. Item 6 on page 10 reads, the grantee must provide timely and complete access to any and all data collected at the state level to ED, Education Department, or its designated program monitors, technical assistant providers, or research partners. Proponents that deny the Common Core require the state to share student data with the federal government are technically telling the truth, just not the whole truth. It comes down to semantics. Instead of the state sharing data, it is the consortia providing access. The state isn't required to share student-level data through Common Core. The consortia are required to provide timely and complete access to any and all data collected at the state level to the federal government. So even the consortia are able to deny they are sharing student data with the federal government. They aren't sharing data in the sense of giving. Rather, they are providing access so the federal government can reach in and take whatever data they want whenever they want. This is where people get the idea that Common Core requires the state to share student data with the federal government. It really is the federal government requiring the assessment consortia to provide complete access to student-level data. As the author of this article asks, how many parents are willingly and knowingly would consent to the federal government being provided access to their child's individual data? Since the federal government is prohibited from developing a nationwide databases on students, is this a way to circumvent that prohibition and in essence promote, support, and have access to individual student data from the majority of the states? Do teachers, principals, superintendents, and school board members know they are enabling the federal government to have complete individual student access by administering these assessments? Finally, are legislators aware? It is vital that we know the answers to these questions. Our kids are our most precious resources, and we owe it to them to get this right. Thank you.
Jane Wilson, Precinct Delegate, Marshall, Michigan. I am not being paid here to speak here today. I am here to represent the many teachers who are afraid to speak about Common Core for fear of losing their jobs. I'm also speaking on behalf of my 8 grandchildren and yours. We wouldn't be in the bind we are right now. We wouldn't even be dealing with Common Core had our U.S. Department of Education not broken 3 federal laws that prohibit federal departments or agencies from directing, supervising, or controlling elementary and secondary school curricula, programs of instruction, and instructional materials. This has placed us on our nation on the road to a national curriculum, and that's just what Common Core is. I want to start with a quote from the January-February 2013 issue of America's Future Incorporated, which is a nonprofit educational organization dedicated to the preservation of our free enterprise system and our constitutional form of government. The quote is, and they don't call it Common Core, they call it Obama Core. Obama Core is a comprehensive plan to dumb down school children so they will accept the left-wing view of America and its history, unquote. When our Michigan Department of Ed signed us into the Smarter Balance Consortium, they passed a line that had never before been crossed. They gave up all educational decisions to an unelected, unaccountable bureaucracy to decide what to teach. It started us down a slippery slope. What if teachers, parents, and students decide that Common Core is not right for their school or their district? There will be no one to call. No one will have any power to change any standard. The test design being developed by Smarter Balanced is heavily influenced by Stanford education professor Linda Darling-Hammond. Darling-Hammond is a former colleague of domestic terrorist turned education expert Bill Ayers. This past Friday, I heard an hour-long TV update on the latest developments in Common Core. There were education experts, legislators, and parents from across the country. And I will be sharing some of what I learned. Children are instructed when they come into the classroom not to share any history or knowledge that they have learned from their home, because this is an effort to level the playing field, so to speak. The college entrance ACT test is now becoming one of the consortiums for monitoring kids from childhood on up. One parent shared that her daughter had just taken the SAT test and said it was laced with assumptive data, not scientifically proven facts, but left-leaning philosophical assumptions. Each student will have a different test question via the computer, of course, with a follow-up question based on their answer. The tests are moving to 30% open-ended essay-type questions. This will require private individuals who will grade the test and which will drive up the cost. The person who grades the test may not approve of the philosophy or political position of the student and give them a bad grade if they disagree with their position. At the end of this hour-long program on TV that I'm sharing about, a 16-year-old daughter was reported by her parent to have been taking a Common Core required book assignment to read this summer, and it's called A People's History of the United States by Zinn, Z-I-N-N. She complained of having nightmares and was very depressed. By the way, this book is also being used in teacher training and has been for some time, I understand. But her mother looked at the 700-page book and found that indeed it said that Columbus mutilated Indians. It put Christians and our military in a bad light and called capitalists crocodiles. It says that America is a democracy instead of a constitutional republic. When former Indiana Governor Mitch Daniels read this book, he banned it from all schools in the state of Indiana because he said this Howard Zinn is a fraud. He just died in 2011. Now, Mr. Daniels is president of Purdue University. Teachers are learning very quickly that they must teach to the test because they are evaluated by how well their students test, and this can affect their pay raises. The one who writes the test controls the curriculum. So who writes the test? David Coleman. As president of the College Board, Coleman produces the SAT College Entrance Test. He and his group, Student Achievement Partners, or Achieve Incorporated, wrote the Common Core Standards in 2009. Who is David Coleman? Coleman was often referred to as the lead architect of the Common Core Standards prior to his being named as president of the College Board. As such, he produces the SAT college entrance exams. He has never been a classroom teacher. He holds degrees from Yale, Oxford, and Cambridge universities and was a founding partner of Student Achievement Partners and GROW Network. The GROW Network was acquired by textbook publisher McGraw-Hill. Coleman's mother is Bennington College president Elizabeth Coleman. She is also the founder of the social justice group called the Center for the Advancement of Public Action, a group she has referred to as a secular church. Elizabeth Coleman has been quoted as saying that she emphasizes the action-oriented curriculum, where students continuously move outside the classroom to engage the world directly, says Dean Callahar in an article for the American Thinker website. Such phrases are often found in Common Core literature and teacher guides. Her ideas follow Arne Duncan's stated purpose for schools, to be part of the battle for social justice. Common Core is about changing the mindset of children. This television documentary had education specialists from across the United States giving updated information from people from Eagle Forum and Freedom Works and representatives and so forth. They confirmed Michelle Malcolm's research of the Department of Education headed by Arne Duncan. I learned that the DOE, the Department of Ed's data mining plans are contemplating the use of creepy student monitoring techniques such as functional magnetic resonance imaging and using cameras to judge facial expression, and electronic seat that judges posture, a pressure-sensitive computer mouse, and a biometric wrap on kids' wrists. It's easy to see how these procedures could be used to test the mindset of children, their acceptance of diversity, values, etc. David Coleman has expressed his thrill, and he's really quite entranced with how effectively the Obama campaign used data mining to help him win the election. I'm hearing from more teachers who are afraid to speak out against Common Core because of their fear of losing their jobs. Children are not to be taught cursive writing, so they will not then be able to read our country's founding documents like the Declaration of Independence, letters of James Madison, and letters that their grandparents and great-grandparents might have left to them. Michigan teachers and children are trapped by the unlawful federal takeover of education. Only our legislature, our state legislature, can rescue them by 1, stopping the implementation of Common Core, 2, stopping the assessment tests, 3, continuing to stop any appropriations for Common Core, and 4, by introducing legislation to protect the private information of children and teachers from being collected for a national data bank. I think this all says that, or confirms that the Education Department has placed our nation on a road to a national curriculum, and that it's to rob our children of our good, true history of our country. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Braun. I'm a homeschool mom of 6 children, 4 adults, 2 still in school. And I want to thank Representative McMillan for taking the time to listen to the rest of the testimony. We learned in the hearing itself that one of the goals of Common Core is to listen to other people's reasoning. And I appreciate Representative McMillan's willingness to hear other people's reasoning despite the fact that the hearings themselves have been stacked, and then the long hearing of 6 hours, the pro-Common Core people went first. So I appreciate that Representative McMillan is willing to listen to both sides. Representative Yonkers, in the hearing itself today, said, where were the parents back when standards were first being discussed? And I want to tell Representative Yonkers, Representative Kelly, and anybody else who might be watching this, that I was there. I was there in 2005 when they unveiled Rigor with Relevance. And I was privileged to be a part of a superintendent's meeting at Schoolcraft College back in 2005, 2006, invited by then Senator Bruce Patterson. And after about 2 hours of Superintendent Flanagan talking about the standards and how we were going to have rigor with relevance and we need these new standards to replace civics, I listened to all of the superintendents. I think I was the only parent in the parent role there, though superintendents were probably parents as well. Most of them were concerned about the financing. How are we going to fund this mandate coming down from the state? After everybody asked their question, I sheepishly raised my hand. After all, what is a homeschool mom doing at a superintendent's meeting discussing common standards for the public schools? And I asked Superintendent Flanagan one simple question. I asked him, what is a well-educated child? Because to me, that was the core of what standards mean, and that is to the core of education as a whole. I didn't intend to embarrass Superintendent Flanagan, although afterwards I was sternly rebuked by a few of his aides and a few other superintendents for how dare I embarrass Representative Flanagan. Because after I asked the question, he said to me, no one had ever asked him that question before. How sad to me that the superintendent of public instruction for Michigan schools had never thought about what a well-educated child should be. He's talking about rigor with relevance, and yet he never had been asked or thought through the question of what is a well-educated child. Because I believe that a well-educated child, what that means for me is different than what it might mean for Representative Kelly or you sitting here. And that's the beauty of freedom. That's the beauty of the liberty of the educational system that our founders designed. And I also sit here today as a Marine mom. I have 2 sons actively serving in the Marine Corps. And sadly, my son when he went in to enlist in the Marine Corps was told because he was a homeschool student from Michigan, his diploma was not valid. And they were not going to give him the E2 status that he deserved as a legitimate graduate of our homeschool with college experience, which would have determined E2 status, which is what a public high school student with college experience gets. He was denied that. And the reason he was denied that was I was told he didn't have a valid diploma. His standard, our standard in Michigan for a homeschooler was different than Virginia, was different than Massachusetts, was different than Pennsylvania. And so our recruiter said to him, well, you have to do what the Virginia homeschoolers do. You have to do what the Massachusetts homeschoolers do. And my son, don't want to raise a mama's boy, said, no, we're from the state of Michigan. We follow what the state of Michigan says. We don't have to test in the state of Michigan. And that means basically what they were telling him was though he was a Michigan resident with following the Michigan law, he was forced to conform to a common standard for enlistment. Thankfully, we were able to fight it, and they honored our request, and eventually, after writing a bunch of letters and 3-4 months of rigmarole, they finally consented and gave him his E2 status. When he graduated from boot camp, though, it was interesting because he came back with one fundamental knowledge that he did not have when he went in, and that's an understanding of authority and of chain of command. He knew when he walked in our house, Dad and Mom were the authority. He understood chain of command, and that is something that the military does well. And Representative Rogers made a joke during the hearing where he said, you know, we don't have 50 standards for tanks. We have 1 standard for tanks. Well, that's true for tanks, but we don't teach to a standard. We teach children. So what works for a tank, because it's controlled by a human, does not work for a child who needs to be educated to be a responsible adult. They're 2 totally different entities. And the idea that you would take the standards for a tank and say, see, that's what we need to do to children is ridiculous. And it is laughable. I laughed in the hearing, but not for the reasons most people did. But back to the chain of command. We don't know the chain of command in Common Core. That very fundamental question that my sons were taught in boot camp as part of the Marine Corps was know the chain of command. So you go to your local school board And they say, go to the state MDE, go to your state school board. So I went to the state school board. They couldn't tell me either. I go to the Common Core website. It says that it's owned by the Governors Association and the Chief Council of State School Officers, but the long-term sustainability structure hasn't been developed. It's been 3 years, and they do not have a governing structure for the Common Core. Where's the chain of command? Well, in the state of Michigan, the chain of command is the governor, because he's the only Michigan member of the National Governors Association. I had the privilege of asking Governor Snyder last Thursday, what is the chain of command? Why and how did we get to the point where Michigan standards are no longer owned by the state of Michigan? They're privately owned by the Governors Association and the Chief Council of State School Officers. And when I contacted the governor's office on Friday because he did not give me a satisfactory answer, they did not know who the chain of command was, and they said they'd get back to me. So I called on Monday, and they said, we sent out emails to the MDE and the state superintendent's office, and we have not gotten a satisfactory answer to who is the chain of command. So we're going to adopt standards that we don't know who is the chain of authority. So if we're going to listen to the Brigadier General, and if the Army has standards, they understand chain of command. And that's something that the legislative body here deliberating Common Core doesn't seem to understand. Today on WJR, Representative Kelly said he was going to go forward with the Common Core on WJR to Frank Breckman as I was stuck in traffic. And I think to myself, how do you adopt standards when you don't know who the authority for the standards is yet? The legislative body said it wasn't us. You heard Representative Shore say, well, wait a minute, the state school board has authority to do this. Well, Governor Snyder said something else that I thought was very telling in that town hall meeting last Thursday. When I got into the discussion of ceding authority, he said, we haven't ceded everything, which only implies we've ceded something. When I contacted the governor's office to follow up and say, what did we cede and to whom did we cede it, they would not answer me. So we've given up something, but they're not telling us what, and they're not telling us to whom we ceded it. That doesn't make logical sense. So I submit to you that what we really have here is standards that breed conformity. This is not about a high standard. This is about conformity. We see that in homeschooling with my own personal story, but we see that across the board. When you have common standards, it's common conformity. It's conformity of thought, not a high standard.
Hi, I'm Melanie Curtis. I'm a mom, a mathematician, a math tutor, and a personal activist in education. I want to tell two personal stories. One is about moving kids across state lines. My story is not as compelling as a military story because, unfortunately, we moved for career opportunities for my husband, being chased by the mergers and acquisitions shark across the country. But my kids went to school in 5 different states in their 12 years. And when you entered a school, and I tell people, had they said to my kids, your kid is 3rd week, 3rd grade, plug and play. Everybody in the country is learning the same thing. This will be easy. I would have been furious because my children, just like everybody else's children, learn at different paces. Some are better at math and they're further ahead. Some need more help in reading. And if you move into a school that wants to treat your child like a cog, then there's not that personal commitment to educating that individual child. And as Karen just said, this is about educating children as individuals. The second story I want to tell you is about accountability. When I moved to Portage Schools, I was part of the curriculum committee, and one of the projects that they did about 6 years ago was to suggest we would change our high school science curriculum from the traditional biology, chemistry, and physics that we all grew up with to a 4-semester strategy, a semester of physics, a semester of chemistry, a semester of earth science, and a semester of what did I miss? Biology, right, okay, biology. So that was unproven. We couldn't find another school district in the country that was using this 4-semester strategy, but we were an IB school, and it was the IB physics teacher was getting all the senior kids that were really good in science because, kids took freshman biology, then they took sophomore chemistry, and then they took IB physics. So my argument was it was probably a way to funnel kids into the IB program. But nonetheless, it was a viable strategy for kids. So I took a petition of 400 parents to the school board when they were approving this and said, fine, do your new idea that hasn't been tested, but leave the program that we know works for kids in place, and then let children and the parents select. And the school board voted 7-0 to totally ignore the 400 parents and put this program in, requiring every single student in both of our high schools to follow this new unproven track. So then I ran for school board, and of course, kept this issue in front of them, and in terms of science achievement. And lo and behold, science achievement in Portage schools declined as a result. And now, 7 years later, they're finally looking at going back to offering kids the opportunity to take your traditional biology, chemistry, and physics track. So here's the point of accountability. We took that petition to that school board. Okay, sure, they ignored us. But over time, when the results came through, the pressure stayed on, they couldn't ignore us. So now, let's talk about this new geometry strategy in Common Core. If it doesn't work, how many parents have to take what size of petition to whom, also to Karen's point, to remind them that this isn't working, that this was a bad idea? We don't know. We know, as we were chastised for not having been at the table 5 years ago by Representative Yonker. Well, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we didn't think it was a state issue. It was a local issue. Now it went past state issue and is becoming a national issue. So we won't be showing up at the legislature anymore because their opinion won't matter. They won't be able to help us. We'll have to take it someplace else, and we don't know where. So to my mind, the answer is easy. It is listen especially to the testimony we got today. It was outstanding. It said, if you want to have really good standards, you stick with Michigan math standards. You can make some improvements. We know what they are. They're not that hard. If you want really outstanding ELA standards, go copy Massachusetts. That's what even Chester Finn said, that it was a credible alternate strategy, and those are standards that we know work. And then we build our assessments around those, maybe even get Massachusetts assessment for ELA. We use the MEP for Michigan, and we move ahead in that way, keeping this ownership in Michigan. Thank you very much for your time, if any of the committee members are watching.
Hello, I'm Deborah DeBacker. I'm from Troy, Michigan, and I've been studying education fads since the 90s when I realized my children weren't learning. And what I wanted to talk to you today is about getting us out of the Smarter Testing Consortium and all national testing consortiums. That is what we need to do in order to give us the freedom to have our continually improve education in the state. You have to understand that Smarter Testing is a federally funded test with federally appointed validation committee. When the federal government pays for something, there are always strings attached, and whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, at some point you will not like the strings attached. The Smarter Consortium that the State Board of Ed and Governor Granholm signed on to write our tests in 2010 is a 26-state member federally funded consortium with the federal validation teams who will review Smarter tests for item design and validation. I have attached to your packets not only periodicals reporting this, but the actual web page from the Federal Department of Ed where it explains the committees. Right now, there are no governance rules to tell us how a state can challenge a question, change a question on that test, or eliminate a question on the test. No policies have been made public. Smarter has a contract with Michigan to not only write year-end testing, but interim, or what they call formative tests. Teachers will have to teach exactly what is taught in an exact timing. These reasons are probably why 5 states have withdrawn from their testing consortium: Alabama, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Indiana, and Oklahoma, and Texas and Nebraska have never signed on to testing. Below is an excerpt from a letter also given to you from the Georgia State Superintendent John Barge to his district superintendents. Note his reasons for withdrawing from PARC. They involve cost, ability to change standards,
local district technology, and student time on testing. Finally, and arguably, he says, the most important consideration, adopting the PARCC assessment, would limit the ability of Georgia educators to make adjustments to changes to our standards as we see fit. If Georgia educators determine that certain standards need to be shifted or revised, we would run the risk of no longer being aligned with the PARCC assessment. Such misalignment would put our students at a disadvantage. If he gets it, and Indiana, our biggest competitor, understands that they want to have the freedom to change their students' standards, then you too should agree to get out of our smarter testing consortium. We should do here to build our own tests here. Examples of Texas have done that, who develop knowledge and fact-based tests that are fair to all students. There's also a political problem with these tests. New York has been out in front and started doing testing similar to Smarter, and it really has gone bad. This spring, New York State was the first state to take Common Core testing. It was a failure, with Long Island scores dropping from 75% passing with their former test to 37% passing the Common Core test in math. English was about as bad. Newsday reports that 1,500 parents, teachers, and students rallied in a high school football field on Long Island to criticize Common Core tests. The New York legislature is now also going to hold hearings, and I have attached an article to your packet regarding that. I'm sure the elected officials who supported these tests despite citizens' opposition are now concerned about not only the students, but their jobs as well. This is a left and right coalition. Even before the tests were administered, many parents in New York decided to keep their children home on testing days, mostly due to their fears of the data collection. I hate to see that happen in Michigan. Please recommend in your voting that Michigan pull out a smarter testing consortium and build a truly exceptional education system that will make our students exceptional and not common. Thank you.